Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, September the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Excellent. And I'm also streaming into YouTube. So anybody with YouTube, if you can let me know if you can hear me and see my screen also. Fantastic. All right, guys. And if it sounds good, that's what I wanted to hear, Mr. Fusebox. What's happening this morning? OCTO, huge move, over 1,000%. And I had to check to make sure our provider was correct. And is correct. That is the float. I thought maybe they'd done a reverse split and we hadn't accounted for it, but trading higher after the company announced, and now they're doing a digital asset management strategy. Okay, so that is what Octo is all about. Announces $250 million private placement with an additional 20 million, et cetera, all to do with crypto. Thank you, Ozzy. Dwayne, it is unfreaking believable. Thanks for my computer upgrade. I'm just going to dwell on it for 20 seconds. I took it into Best Buy, the Geek Squad. They blew everything out, all the dust, all the nonsense that was happening. Paste on my CPU, my GPU fans, and it's like I've got a new computer. I don't think you guys can hear a thing. And I've got everything running. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Why I waited so long. I wish somebody had told me about paste, thermal paste. Just nobody told me. So, as happy if he's listening, he's doing a spit take. XAIR, guys. XAIR. What is thermal paste? Well, before I get to XAIR, take a look at RAP. Moving anti-seizure treatment results more than doubled. The float is 17.5 million. Look at this. What a move. Now, here is one I would really be paying attention to. This one. Is QS still here? Yes. Didn't they have a similar press release a long time ago? And I'm talking maybe a couple of years ago that QS and Volkswagen and whatever they're trying to, their battery, they're trying to get it so that I think they did some kind of a test and it was like 50,000 hours on one charge. Of course, it's not available yet, but that was the deal. I don't see that here, but I'm pretty sure they had some Volkswagen and these guys had some kind of a major announcement, maybe even 2 years ago. I mean, it's in the future, but they were talking about a 50,000. Dwayne, Pepe's kidding. You know he's kidding. ASTS. Well, first of all, I'm going to talk about some of these ones that are getting hammered down. VIST, hammered down. You don't quite see the news on it. VIST. But it is hammered down. DNTH, another one getting thumped. So they came out with a PR, and the market initially liked it. I mean, it got up to $47. Look at that. It got up to $47 in the pre-market, and then down to 19. Little pop here. Wainwright still trying to put a $40 price target on them, but what a ride. Imagine getting nailed into this one, thinking, great news. And then boom. Yeah, Hood. And now, was this known? Was this known that this was going to happen on Monday? Hood has been added to the S&P 500, also APP. It's funny, when I first read this, pretty tired this morning, and I thought it was Apple. I went, what are you talking about? Anyway, AppLovin, I can now think of McLovin. AppLovin added to the S&P 500 also. So how far after hours? So you could have bought it in the after hours, Bjorn, right? I don't know what it, well, okay, it popped already in the after hours. This is app. So we're already, and so let's take a look at Hood. Yeah, so it popped in the after hours anyway. So it's not like, if you got lucky, you maybe got it in this area, but hour, Hour. This is a big day on Friday. Where are you? Here you are. So HAUR, I'm sorry, I still have Hood up here. So a couple of huge days. I mean, obviously Thursday and then Friday, another huge day. It is so on Friday, Hood got up to 540. As a big pullback to 360, but it's right at the high now Friday. And as there, yeah, I don't know what the news is on this one. I mean, I'm seeing on the 5th, which was on Friday, I guess. Meme like high volume move. That is I'm seeking alpha. Just don't see any news on it. You're talking to me, John? No, I don't. I don't know if you're talking to me with that question. Oh well, first of all, I'm in Canada, so I don't have that. I don't have that issue with wash sales. Okay, I'm in Canada. We don't have that deal. So can't answer for you guys in the states. Okay, guys, I'm just looking. Ford, Ford, not the company, but I think he's talking about wash sales. So we don't have that in Canada. So Ford, yeah, wow, big. Did the company announced a 1.65, another one, guys, digital asset management. Okay, stablecoin. So that is another one doing this. Ford. I think anyway, Tom. I'm pretty sure that's what he meant. Here's a little earnings play, guys. I mean, children's place has just been hammered. And guys, I mean, when was it? Well, okay, it's 2021, but still, $121 stock, $6 today. It is an earnings play, and the reaction today is good. It's up 11%. More importantly, though, it's over six, and the next high is 661. Okay, 661. And that's on the daily chart. So there is some room for place to move if it wants to. My guess is that for me anyway, let me take a look at Octo. I want to see, I don't think I have shorts available. No, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for Octo. It decides to give it up. How about Ford? I want to see Ford. Similar type press releases, guys. There's a digital asset management. So Ford is not available either. Low floaters. Sometimes that's a really good thing, though. Great if you time it right, obviously. You got something? My sound might increase a little bit. All right. What is, yeah, Duo. I see Duo here, Saul. Yeah, was active all last week, I believe. Yeah, very active all last week. Had another big day on Friday. Reminds me a little bit like our, in that it had a big day on Friday and now it's above Friday's high. Now this one is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm surprised. 722,000 shares available. On a weekly chart, oh, look at this. I mean, it still has room on a weekly chart if it wants to keep going. Another one that was active last week. Another one. Look at this. Another one that was very active last week. Huge day on Friday and above Friday's high. And that's NVFY. This one wasn't bad because it got up to 467 and it closed down here at 440. So it's not like it really gave it up. So yeah, this could be. I mean, look at let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where could it go? Yeah, so on a monthly chart, the next high is 631 on a monthly chart. So there is some room on a monthly chart for this one. Trade of the week, guys. Trade of the week is Triple U. That was another active one last week. Take a look at the. Oh, 1160. Hmm. Is this the trade of the week, really? Triple U? The reason I ask is that he's got a trigger at 1160 or something. So, oh, is it quadruple U? Quadruple U? Uh-oh, I made a mistake then. I made a mistake, I think, and I posted. Okay, it's quadruple you guys, and so in theory, it is triggered for Steve. He said Monday morning if it hit. Now this is pre-market. Pre-market, I sort of my opinion. Well, you do what you want, and what's the volume like? But the trigger is 1170, and I can see. And look at the weekly chart, lots of room. All right. Well, that is the trade of the week, guys. So how you trade it, if you trade it, versus that completely up to you. What is float of QS? I want to see what the float of QS is. I think it's a big float, 392 million. So, but boy, the room. I mean, it's got $11. Yeah, I'm 99.99% positive. These are the guys that had that deal a year ago or 2 years ago with Volkswagen. Not so much a deal, but testing their battery. And Volkswagen put a lot of money into it. And I think they said that on a test, of course, the battery was super expensive, not ready for mass production or anything like that, but like 50,000 hours between charges. In theory, that's what it was going to be. Another one guy's going NV. Boy, lots of action. Oh, look at NVCR. When I go, ooh, I mean, because it's because of the room it's got. When I say it's, look at the room that NVCR has got, guys. What's the volume like? Not great yet, but I'm sure it'll pick up. Substantial insider purchase. I'm just looking to see. Yeah, so that's the reason the CEO Cordova uh, bought 81,000 shares, 81,550 shares. What was the price? At 12.22, guys, 12.22. So the so he's putting his money where his mouth is on this one, guys. NVCR, big insider purchase by the CEO. Yeah, there's a lot happening. I mean, here's another one. I don't recognize this one from last week. Also, I think this was a yeah, this was an AI alert from us last week, guys. LDI, and yeah, wow, lo and behold, 24% run. Well, it's not a low float. 61 million in the float. That's a big move. So they're that's right. They kind of like this. They don't like open, but they like LDI. That's I remember. I remember this now. This is from Citron. This actually was on. They're reiterating this. This happened on Friday. Just give me a moment, guys. Moment, guys. Okay, guys. What's happening now? Just looking at the LDI. The octane is still. I see it's over still 1,000%. So it did pull back somewhat. 1973. There is no resistance, I guess. I don't, weird. I'm not for Octo for some reason. I'm not getting any of the details unless I do this. Shouldn't say all any of the details, but just This up here. Oh, it didn't happen again. I don't know why. Yeah, it's the only one that's happening. This is what I'm talking about. All this information up here. I don't know why. I'm not sure I talked about XAir, guys. I don't quite understand what the deal is with this NeuroNOS and XAir. Beyond Air doesn't look like, but so this NeuroNOS granted FDA orphan drug designation, et cetera, but I don't know exactly what the tie-in is with XAir, but there's obviously a tie-in. Look at that, 32 million shares have traded. And when you look left, you got little areas of pockets that it could stall, but that's a huge amount of volume right now. It's 4 million in the float. In VCR, guys, and it's just look at the room. That's what it's all about. Look at the room for NVCR. It's shortable for me at Interactive Brokers in case it wants to give it up. Good spread too. I mean, I'm actually very surprised at the spread. Well, just it just widened as I was, but it was 1365, 1369. Why surprised? Because it really hasn't had that much volume, 63,000 shares. So I would have thought the spread would be a lot worse. Not great right here, but it was a lot better. Well, 10 seconds ago. All right, guys. Let's see. On Friday, we had a downturn in the SPY. So let's take a look at. I want to take a look at XLE. Where is it with respect? See, look what happened. It was right on the 200-day moving average, right at it. Dipped down below it, but that little bump, you can see it. That means it closed right at it. Let's take a look at XLV. Ooh, look at this. XLV getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. So it's still below. And it was Staples, XLP. That was the one that was below. Yeah, so it closed a little bit above. So we still only have one that is below the 200-day. That's healthcare, XLV. And we have a couple that are right on it. Yeah, so you guys are talking about, so SATS, EchoStar jumps following the $17 billion Spectrum deal with SpaceX, okay? And that basically, I guess, is the cause for ASTS to be down because, I'm sorry, because obviously this has got nothing to do with space. Well, I can't tell you exactly why, but ASTS is, I don't think it's got anything to do with SpaceX, but obviously competitive. So we're in the same sector. So this is hurting ASTS with the deal with SATS and SpaceX. Octo guys, don't boy. I mean, this Octo looks like it's having a pretty severe pullback, but not yet. So Octo went forward. Keep an eye on both of those. Those are the two that are doing this digital asset management, as I call it. Okay, so all right. Whoa, 4 minutes. Thank you, Mose. I want to get the layout I'm going to use once this market's open. So, or at the 9:30 open for the 9:30 open for the 9:30 open. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is just going to save my layout. Now, before my computer's gone a little crazy when I do all that, but let's see. Wow. No, I've taken no trades. Question from Ian. I've taken no trades. I really don't trade the pre-market that much. I'm just not up and I'm not up early enough to do it most times. But look at Octo, guys. I mean, this Octo. Okay, guys. Yeah, 9:28. So PL is an earnings play. Yeah, PL actually is an earnings play. I probably should have mentioned this one. PL is an earnings play. Not too many. We have a couple like PLCE and PL are a couple of earnings plays. The next high on the daily is 76. Oh, it's way up here. It's way up here. So let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Where could it go? Boy, it's above that. It's right at that high, 772. It's right at that high in the weekly. Take a look at it on a monthly and see. Yeah, you have to back this out a bit to see where the next monthly high is. What year is this? This is 2022, September of 2022. Actually, I'm wrong. It's even above that. So you've got to go back to, wow, you got to go back to December of 2021. So almost 4 years ago before we see those highs, guys. So yeah, Planet Labs had a lot of room on a monthly chart. Well, Jix, yeah, I mean, I'm talking to Jix in our YouTube room. Yeah, I mean, if you can time it, everything looks awesome in retrospect. It's a matter of, yeah, can you time it? We're open, guys. Let's have a great start to this trading week, guys. Okay. Wow, look at Octo, guys. So Octo is powered right through all that. Now it's a high. It took out that pre-market high. See, glad I didn't have shorts available. Would I have been tempted? Possibly. And it just got halted. Just got halted. Keep an eye on now. The float for this one is 2.8 million. I think Ford is a lot more. It's not really, guys. Keep an eye on Ford also. It's a very similar press release. Okay. So Forward Industry expands with a $1.65 billion private placement to boost Solana treasury strategy. Okay. So altcoin. Okay. So I mean, keep an eye on it because if Octo, this is basically now Octo was not Solana, but it's sort of the same type of strategy. Well, look at QS, guys. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay. Things are a little too jumpy for me, but look at QS. QS, pop, big float on that news with Volkswagen. Look at Hour, guys. Hour. So it's holding over Friday's high. That's about 4 or 5 in a row, William, with your my day is done. So look at the market. So the opening bar in the market is a little red bar. Market is SPY's up a little bit. The Dow's down a little bit. The Qs are up a little bit, but so opening red bar. Hour just got halted, guys. Hour just got halted. Just got halted. And now DLTH. Why don't I have a price alert here? You know what the problem is? I've got something I wanted to create a moment. So there's DLTH, guys. It was a big one from Thursday. Pulled back a little bit on Friday. I would, you know what? If this gets up to 415, look at the room it's got on a daily chart. 415 would be the high of Friday. Oh well, I don't know, Ian. I mean, it's already carried, but I don't know if it's going to keep going. It's an all-time high now. You got to be so careful. I mean, 118 million, 2.8 million in the float. You saw the big pullback it had at one point. Went from 19 down to 14 just like that in a 15-minute period. So it's going to be very volatile. I certainly can't predict if it's just going to, keep moving higher all day long. So Hour just got halted. Yeah, HOUR just got halted. Yeah, Duo, another one. Well, we talked about this. Yeah, pre-market. I mean, another one. Big day on Friday, taking out Friday's high. Excuse me. Yeah, look at Tron, guys. Now Tron, last got room, 385. Next high looking left on the daily chart. Well, let's see what happened with Octo. Now look at that. It actually had a drop. So it was halted at 2236. So this is typically, as we've said many times in this room, typically the first halt is pretty good. This looks like this is going to get halted on the way down. How can I tell? Look at the spread. Look at the spread. There you go. When I say looking at the spread, it was only a penny spread, and something like this that is moving so quickly, almost impossible. So to answer your question, Ian, maybe not. And Ford got halted on the way down too. So both of them got halted on the way down. Digital asset management plays, those damn plays. Okay, let's take a look at RAP. Okay, I want to take a look at RAP to see what it's doing. Still up a lot for the day, but it's pulling back a bit. Pulled back a bit. Still at 175% for the day and fairly low float, 17 million in the float. It's got up to $47. It pulled into the VWAP area. You can see the VWAP's around 1756. We saw pre-market. Kind of. Let's see if you know what. If it takes out the VWAP again, be a further catalyst to move down. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, you said your day was done, William. All right, keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on NVCR, okay? Okay, what's happening with our resumed, but another one. Usually these first halts are pretty good. Pretty good meaning that they get halted, and they usually the first halt they pop above the halt price, but not so far. These have not. Octo certainly did not, and Ford, well, did not. All right, guys, NVCR. Remember what we saw on that weekly chart, okay? Huge amount of room. So the high was 1368. I'm going to put a price alert in that area and see if it gets back there. Though this is shortable for me. A lot of shorts, 1.77 million at Interactive Brokers. Wow, look at LDI. LDI just popping here. And speaking of LDI, guys, this is showing now right at that. You see that high, that line right there? That is the next high looking left on the daily chart, and it's just above it now. That's the weekly, back to the monthly to see where this thing could go. Didn't I have to go back to 2020, 2021 or something? No, another one maybe. 2022 though. 2022 is on a monthly chart. April of 2022, there is a high right there of 419 for LDI. This is all basically to do with Citron, putting a little stamp of approval on this company. Well, look at QS. I was really tempted right off the bat, but big give up. Got up to what 10? Up to 10.77 or so. So it's dropped $1 from there. I was tempted. Yeah, NFF. Wow. NVFY. Yeah, I mentioned this one in the pre-market. I mean, above Friday's high and just ripping, just absolutely ripping. Not a crazy low flow. 22 million. I mean, it's low, but it's not crazy low. Look at Octo, guys. I just had this feeling Octo is not dead, but it's going to be a challenge to trade it with that float and the big pullbacks it's had. Though it's looking deader now. Mm. I see Shady's in the PT. I saw the PT. I think no, it's not an earnings play. I did see it in the pre-market, and then it pulled all the way back down. 212 it got to. There's the VWAP at 139 ish. And I think there was room. No, sorry, news. Announced and entered into a share transfer agreement with whatever this company is. ZII Tech. I'm not quite sure what the news means, but yeah, it's an interesting one. But I'm going to have to wait and see if it takes up the VWAP, which is around 140. So big, big, big pop in the pre-market on that news up to 212. Look at the SPY guys. Interesting action. So there's a 930 blue, 935 red, 940 blue in terms of the bars. Well, Octo, I mean, it's Octo guys. I mean, it's just a challenge. That's all. I mean, that half a second ago it was 50. I'm kidding a little bit, but it was a $15 stock back up to 20. So wrap. You can see what's kind of happened here at 925, but into the VWAP, and the VWAP area held. How much room does hour have? If, well, it certainly has had a big pullback, but let's take a look at hour. On the weekly anyway, I'll have to take a look. So I have to look at the weekly chart. And I have to look at the daily chart or the monthly chart. I think I did all this. Yeah, so the next high is up here at $7 or so. That was the high in December of 2024, so last December. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but of course it had a high today of 6, and it's a pretty big pullback. The octagon, look at this thing go. I mean, this is you know what? I mean, if it takes out the high of the day, anything's possible. It's an all-time high now. Okay, I have to look at a weekly chart. You know what? I might be able to put more charts on now. Now that I've got my computers. 572, next high looking left. 572 on a daily chart, guys. I'm looking at my weekly chart, but some day within this week, there was a daily high at 570. So it certainly has room. Certainly has some room. Did have some news. Somehow there's a tie-in with this company called Neuronos, okay, winning an FDA orphan drug status. Okay, it's got some tie-in. I don't know what it is. I mean, when you look at Xair, no, okay, it is. I thought maybe it has something to do with air, but okay, so it's got some kind of a tie-in with this company. Maybe they've got an ownership stake. RECT got halted on the way down, I guess. BSGM halted for news. Keep an eye on HWH, guys. This was a big one from last week. Big one from last week, all the way up to 770. Closed down here at 540. It's above. Let me get to the daily chart. So the next high looking left is that room, obviously 685 or so is the high it hit on Friday. How's Children's Place doing, guys? PLCE. Well, it had a nice pop. That was an early, if you'd taken this one, I almost did this, took that. It's an earnings play, had a lot of room. Take it right off the bat. We've seen these are some of the cheap ones, and the other one is the PL. There's only two earnings plays I've got. Is Octo halted again? It is halted again. Oh man. Okay, I may have shown this before. I'm not sure, but this blue screen you see here, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Show you can't see the symbol, but it is the Octo halted at 2086. Now I'll be really surprised if it opened this high, but this column tries to tell you, where it could open when it comes out of the halt. Be very surprised if it opens at 2461, but and usually they are 5-minute halts. So if it is it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt, obviously, because it got halted at 9:44 plus 22 seconds, which would make it 9:49 plus 22 seconds. So we're obviously past that. So if it's not a 5-minute halt, usually they're multiples of five. So it could be a 10-minute halt here. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So if you have Interactive Brokers, you can have that. Still got to keep an eye on this XR. Probably, maybe. Well, when I say later, later could be soon, but maybe in the afternoon if it kind of rests a bit. So DMAC, yeah, I didn't really see DMAC in the pre-market. Not sure why. Probably wasn't up enough. Remember, I have the top 16 or top 15, and that pre-market actives up. So it probably wasn't up enough. Oh my goodness, look at this. I mean, I find it, if this remains here, I don't think they'll open it. Okay, $27 now. I doubt if they'll open it and allow it to gap up to 27. Planet Lab lifts outlook with record backlog and strategic global contracts. What do they do? They provide daily data and insights about the Earth. Okay. Seems like an interesting business. Okay. Well, and the high right there in the pre-market is 824. Nice one, Shady. Okay, guys, LDI is popped back. Okay, it is popped back up. What do you think, Pepe? Should I run 10 races? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to add another chart. In fact, I may now use browser interface here. Okay, guys, XAir. Nope, Rick. I just took it into the Geek Squad. They got rid of all the dust that was. I mean, I try to do that, but again, they go right into the guts of it, take it all apart. But thermal paste on the GPU and the CPU. Brand new computer now. Cost me basically nothing because I have a Geek Squad membership. Cost me nothing. Guys, keep an eye on this one. This is a gap down and reversal play, okay, for Vista, VIST. 3316 was the trigger. This is in the gap continuation or gap down and reverse. And let's see. I mean, it obviously has got a ton of room. Got hammered down. Yeah, the GPU is really small, isn't it? I didn't even know there was well, I've been kind of told there was a fan, but it's a real tiny fan. When they took it apart and they were showing me, this is your problem, more than likely. All right, guys. Now, HWH. I want to chase it, but 686 is the next high. I'd love for it to rest just a little bit. I feel like I'm chasing it. Well, I don't believe the resumption. That's all. Okay, 27. I believe that. What time is it now? It is now 9. Yeah, so it's more than it's more than 10-minute halt. Now we're getting into the 15 minutes. So if I refuse to believe it's going to open at 27. Okay, so that's see now if it starts to slide down a little more close to the 2086, I just think that's the problem. They're not going to let it come out at 26. Whoever they are, you know what I mean? Though it's just too much of a jump, in my opinion. Well, I think that's why it's still halted. If the market makers can get it down a little bit closer to that, 2086. Yes, it's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers, Ian. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, guy. The spread. I don't like the spread. This is from the combo scan, Pepe's combo scan. I don't like the spread. 26.99, 27.25. How many? What's the float? 30 million in the float. All right. See now there. Okay, it opened at 22.49. A lot better than better. I mean, there was no way they were going to let it open at 27. But of course, it could get. But now it is 27. The spread tightens up at all. I really, I kind of like this. Has room. The next high on a daily chart is about 28.64 for the DNTH. So certainly there's room of about $1.50. So there is certainly room. Guys, with this in mind, with what's happening with Octo, I mean, try to keep an eye on the forward. I mean, it's a similar press release. It's had a bigger pullback, but it's a very similar press release for Octo in terms of digital asset management. This is about Solana Wow. The volume, 125 million shares. Ah, man, I love this one, but look at the spread, 27.10, 20. Well, in fact, 5 seconds ago, that said 27.65. If the spread, I mean, if the problem is, even if the spread tightens up, you can't rely on it to maintain a tight spread on this. So you just can't trust it, in my opinion. But I love it because it's a great reversal play. Guys, 10:02. Well, a lot of action already. I'm going to go over my homepage right now, including all the scans that I am sharing. Okay, it's going to drive me nuts. I know it. I know it. DNTH is going to drive me crazy when it's back to 28 or 29. But okay, guys, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. All I ask, use my code, whatever it is. Save my homepage link. If you want to get into the main room, you should do that anyway, because here's how you can get into the trading room, the main room. I am now streaming into YouTube again. So YouTubers, if you want to come into the main trading room, what I call the main trading room, a lot more action, a lot more people in the room, and trading ideas. Okay, suggesting ideas. How's that? And using my code really helps to keep the room free. The company tracks the promo codes. They'll see how many people use my code, and if enough people do, they'll keep the room free. Scroll down, you'll get the trade of the week. Or you can sign up for the trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week is I made a mistake, but it's quadruple U. So, in my opinion, let's see, is this 9:30? Yeah, I guess, I mean, technically it did trigger, but it's up to you. I would not want to take these so early, but the trigger was 1170, and it did this morning, and it got up to what did it get up to? Got up to 1177. So you sign up for the trade of the week, and if you don't feel you're getting it, or you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay, before you contact us. It could be there. Next step on my homepage, click on the education section. More info, click on that. So the first thing to do if you do take out a subscription is getting started with trade ideas. That's the very first thing to do. They're very short videos to get you started. You will not be an expert with trade ideas, but at least you'll have an idea about, what an alert window is, what a top list window is, etc. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, if it's a good fit for you, what I would do is start off on that with that second video and look at the rest of them. They're very short videos. This could give you an idea. Ah, look at Octo. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Anyway, that'll give you an idea about whether or not this is something that you might want to try, this program, okay? So take a look at these videos. If you are not a subscriber right now, starting off with the second one. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos designed for you, the new trader. Looking for my scans? Here they are. So if you've clicked on my homepage link and you scroll down, middle section, my scans. I call them scans. They're not all technically scans, but so this is the change. Look at Octo. I mean, there's hardly any room for any of the other ones. This is the change in 5 minutes. Now, it could be up, could be down. Okay. In this case, obviously, Octo was up 33%. But if you see a negative number, and I'll go over this, but that's what this one is, the 5 minute. If you want the 2 minute version of it, you can have it. I've got two versions of it. Biggest gainers from the start of the race right here. Pulse resumes over here. On my other monitor, I've got the gap continuation reversal in the don't repeat format. And the combo scan, Pepe's combo scan right here. And that's what this one is. So those are the two bottom ones. I don't have my Momo scan up and running, but you can have it. It's right there. This is what I use in the pre-market, okay? The pre-market act is up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. So first of all, if you're new to either room, the YouTube room, or look at Ford, guys. Look at Ford. So I'm going to interrupt myself. Ford is lagging Octo, obviously in a big way. It pulled back. Why I'm not saying they're exactly the same, but similar type of press releases. Digital asset management. I mean, it's still up 60%. Not nearly the volume of Octo, but so if you're new to the room, our YouTube room or the main room, welcome. This is the format. Now, Monday to Friday, the main room is open at around 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Chris Varley from Create Ideas will more than likely be taking over my YouTube stream at noon today. He opens the room Mondays to Friday at around 7:30. I get on the mic at around 9. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so consequently, that's why I'm not opening the room at 4:30 my time, but Chris does it. When I leave, sometime, all depends on how many questions I get. You know, sometime between 2 and 2:30. But if I get questions, I'll hang around for questions as long as you have them for me. But when I do leave, William, most times, will keep the room open after I leave. And that's the main room only. I have to shut down YouTube. I don't know how long he'll keep it open today if he's going to. Anytime till around 4 o'clock. All depends on what sort of earnings plays there may be. Ah, big bad word, guys. I was going to take the Ford, and it just got halted now. I was going to take the Ford. I had my submit all done, and then it just got halted on me. Shoot. So here it is. There's the halt price, 28.61. There's the potential open. All right, guys, let's go over this race and why I think it's good to have, even if you are not. First of all, it's great to have if you're new to trading, okay? Because it gets you to focus on just a few, like 10 stocks. You'll see what happens. There'll be 10 stocks eventually in this top 10 list. But even if you're not new to trading, and even if you're not new to trade ideas, I think it's a great focus list, a watch list for you. stocks to focus on all day long. So let me go over the concept of this. Okay, so you see right at the top here, number one, octo. What does the five mean? It means it won five races. So what exactly? How does the stock win a race? So I'm running 4 minute races now. If you go, I'll show you later. But if you go to the guide, there's a whole section on stock racing. There's our boy, a lot of action this morning. So I'm running 4 minute races. So why is TBHC at the top here at 3.26%? What that means is that since the race started, this stock, TBHC, has moved 3.26%. That's what that means. And VFY has moved 2.8%. Eventually, when the race is over, there will be a winner declared. Now you see Octo right back up. If this holds, which, as long as it doesn't give it up in a big way. Guys, INHD. Another stupid spread, 10:09, 10:35. This has been a very active one, of course, on Wednesday. Actually, the week before even, that's when it started. Just not a great spread. Remember the spread, if you're new to all this, the difference between the bid and the ask, 10:14, 10:35. You want it a little more tight. Obviously 10:14, 10:15 would be the ideal spread. But on something that's moving really quickly, I'll take 10:15, even 10:25 bid ask. 20 cents is a little too much. It may not matter in this case. It may, especially if it jumps, a dollar or two, but it's hard to predict that that's going to happen. I mean, it looks like it could because of the high on Friday was up here at 11.79, but so as you can see, well, no, look at this. Um, Octo had won 5 races. Yeah. So look what happened. Octo obviously had a bit of a pullback. So INHD has taken over the top spot here at 551 at 5.5%. I'm going to give it 20 seconds. I'm running 4 minute races. So in about say 15 seconds from now, this race will be over. Let's see if it can hold on to the top spot. Don't get confused on this one here at 14%. This is a different look. So 2 seconds. So Octo looked like a slam dunk. I was going to win that race, but it didn't. So there's a INHG won a race. Eventually, there will be 10 stocks in this list. So hopefully, you understand how a stock wins a race. All stocks off. I mean, it's just like any other race. They're all starting off with the same starting position, and whatever stock has moved the most since the start of the race, that's why you're going to see these stocks at the top and how a stock can win a race. Now, you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race for you to click on it. If you see it at the top, I would certainly click on it just to see what's happening, or I would click on anything in here just to see what it's doing. You don't have to wait for the race to be over in order for you to click on it. So the question you should have right now for me, if you're looking at this for the first time, well, why are these stocks showing up? What makes them special? So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this and I click on open top list, here is, what do you think, Pepe? Make it 1,000 now? Inside jokes. Why not? Why not? I won't make it 1,000, but I'll move it back to the 100 that it was. Okay, so what you're seeing here, this is what this race is. This is what the top list is based on. All right. So if I click on the summary, if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, and what I've done is I've limited it to the top 100 in that could appear in this list. Not there don't have to be 100 stocks here because there may not be 100 stocks that meet all these filter requirements, but this is what the list looks like right now. Okay, this is what the list looks like right now. So I just sorted on the change from the close. Okay, now in a top list window, you can sort on any column, and so if I can sort on the change from the close, I can sort on the change from the open. You can see Octo is leading in both, but I'm going to sort back on the change from the close. So if I scroll all the way down to the bottom, you can see there it is, 2%. The stock had to be up at least 2%. So here's how valuable the race is. I've got 100 stocks in this list now. What if one of these stocks is just starting to move? Okay, let's just pretend that TGNX it's up 2% from yesterday's close. But what if all of a sudden it just started to move? It's up 3%, 4%, 10%, 15%. How would you ever know that? You have a big list of stocks. How are you going to know what stock is actually moving up through this list? Well, that's what the race does for you. You don't have to. Here's MRM. I mean, MRM is I don't even know where it is. Doesn't matter where it is in the list. It is moving 6.5%, 6.72%. So since the race started, okay, that's the beauty of the race. It doesn't care whether the stock is up the most from yesterday's close and near the top here. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most. Now, and then once the race is over, there's our man. Okay, so this race is based on this set of parameters. So hopefully you can now understand, you can build your own race built on your set of parameters. For instance, you're welcome, Dean, in our YouTube room. And I haven't finished. I haven't finished yet. So you can build your own race based on your set of parameters. For instance, you may want a different price range. Maybe you want to add a filter. Maybe you want a different volume. Maybe you want it to be up more from yesterday's close. Okay, you can add filters in here. You can design the race based on your parameters. Because once you do that, if that's what you want to do, create your own top list, then right click and you launch your real-time stock race. So that's how you can set your own set of parameters and then launch a real-time stock race based on your set of parameters. Now, I want to direct you, and anybody who's listening who wants to create your own, because a lot of what I'm saying, I don't expect anybody to remember all this, but you don't have to. That's why we have a guide. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a little bit to the education section where it says more info, and then at the top here's our user guide. Click on the user guide, and then one of the sections is TI stock racing. Here's how you can, for instance, maybe you don't want a 4-minute race. Maybe you want a 5-minute race. Maybe you want a 2-minute race. Maybe you want a 10-minute race. But here's how you can customize. It goes into all of that, how you can customize your race. If you have questions about it, I can certainly show you. I show you what these menu looks like. But this is your reference. Now you can even, if maybe you have a set of stocks, a list of stocks. Wow, look at Octo. Unbelievable, isn't it? I haven't seen one like this for a while, guys. For Dragon, if Shady's not what he says is 708, 696. So it has to get probably a little over 708, maybe 709. before he takes the trade, and then 696, maybe a little bit under would be his stop. Okay, that's what he means. So when he posts that, let's say open was at $7, doesn't mean he's taking the trade right now. He'll wait for it to go over 708, maybe by a penny or so, and then he'll take the trade. That's what that means. And then the stop is 696. And a long position, yes. So getting back to, if you have a list of stocks that you want to follow all day long, it could be the same list. Maybe there's 30 favorite stocks that you just want to follow all day long, or maybe it changes, but you've got maybe, a list of 20 or 30 stocks. You can create a top list with those stocks and then launch the race from it. Okay? And just follow those stocks. So you can see how powerful this is because, there's a lot going on with trade ideas, or there can be a lot going on with trade ideas, but see how this just gives you, or allows you to focus just on eventually 10 stocks. You don't have to look at all 10, but you can basically, this is an interesting day because normally there are other stocks that will have won a race, but like a second race by now, but Octo has just dominated. So again, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. If you have any questions, about any of this, feel free to. I'll attempt to answer, of course. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. If I'm doing something that I can't be interrupted, I'll tell you. If it's an accounting question, it's basically the only thing I can answer. Okay, but I can direct you to people who can. Give you an email address. Let me go over this though. Also, the sorting change in 5 minutes. You see this big negative number. So this is what you can do using using this negative number. All that means is it is moved down 12% within a 5-minute period. You can see exactly what happened. Look at hour. So you can take a look at this and say to yourself, well, what if it holds the VWAP? The VWAP is what, 562? So what if it holds the VWAP? If that's the style of trading that you have, or maybe it's pulling into a moving average that you like on the chart. Depends on the time frame, of course, whatever moving average that is. But if you see the stock moving into it, and if your style of trading is to watch a stock either near the VWAP to see if the VWAP holds as support or a moving average that you like, then that's how you can use these negative numbers. What you see here, these would be still strong stocks, but pulling back. And that's in the sort. This is in the on my homepage. It's the one in the top left hand corner. Octo, let's see. Octo is still. Then it just popped back up. Yeah, I mean it halted on the way down, I guess, but it did pop back up a bit. Ooh, PT just triggered for me on the way down. So I was waiting to see if it could take out the VWAP, but it did not do it. So that is a no go for me now. Look at the wrap. What a fade. Oh no. High NHD, So it's getting close to the high of Friday. We saw this was over 10, but I didn't like the spread. Well, a lot of halts resumes today. My goodness. INDP got halted on the way up. Yeah, my good. Look at Octo guys. I mean, yeah, that was halted on the way down, and sometimes you think eventually it's going to give up steam, but it's not short. Thank goodness it's not shortable for interactive brokers. Really hard to pick a top on this thing. I mean, you might say, okay, here it is, but okay, keep an eye on the Ford. Okay, if I think if Ford can get back over 28, we might go on a bit of a run. Oh, he got up to 29. Remember, got halted, pulled up, pulled back. Okay, guys, GSAT. This is from Pepe's combo scan. It's basically still at the same price. Okay, 3673 was the alert. So this has probably got to do with no, maybe not. Global Star breaks ground in Greece, doubling the size of its teleport facilities. Okay, hey, let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Guys, got room. Okay, that red line is the next high on the daily chart. Okay, even though this is a monthly chart, that's the next high. So someday within this month, maybe the last day. I'm not sure how that works exactly, but anyway, there it is, $41. So we're at 36.84. So obviously this has got some room, guys. The spread is not it's not fabulous, but it's not terrible. 37, I mean 11-cent spread. Not terrible. Yeah, here's the problem right now. I mean, look how stuck it is, 79 79.90. It's just kind of stuck at that spread. And I'm talking about the GSAT. So what I'll do is I'll put a price alert a little bit above it and see if it can, like say 37. I want to see it break 37 and maybe it goes from there. And that's the GSAT. It wouldn't be a big chase because it's kind of consolidating underneath the whole number. See KRKR got halted on the way up. Look at the monthly chart, 12.99. Weekly chart, probably wow. So 12.99. Next high looking left, not that long ago. On the monthly chart for KRKR, low float, 1.5 million. China stock, not a lot of volume though. 265,000 shares. Yes, it's 33 times normal, and it got halted. What an active Monday. Yeah, a little disappointed in the Ford. I thought maybe it would. I thought it would maybe start to follow Octo a little bit. Maybe not the same price, but so what I'm doing now is I'm trying to find. Now this one was a gap up and go. What was the price? 17. Yeah, I don't like it. Looking, 18. The 18 could stall it for the CNTA. I saw Sky Q earlier. I don't know where I saw it. Maybe I'm not seeing it now because is it underneath a dollar again? Yeah, that's why. I did see it pop up on something. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. XR may be one of those late dayers. Okay, it's kind of not doing too much right now. The monthly high is here at 581, so it's certainly got has room. Tron, yeah, Tron is. Did it win a race? It did not win. So we have a top 10 now, guys. It doesn't have a lot of room, in my opinion. I mean, we're three. Say that's 25 cents to that 385. Now, if I knew it would tack on 25 cents from here, sure. But I don't know that. Just when you think Octo is over. I mean, these are big pullbacks. I mean, from 46 down to 34. Last morning, 10:36 already. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I'm just kind of XAir just won't do it. A little bit of a big pullback. Well, below the VWAP now. I'll put a price alert in the. See a lot of stocks with big spreads. Okay, ACVR. I think Tweety might be in this one. ACVR. So where could this go on a weekly chart? 170. Well, you know what? I'll put a price alert around 170 because if it does take that out, 212 is the next high. Low float, pretty low. 14 million in the float. Oh, that's my miss, guys. That is my big miss today. Now look at INHD, 1979, next high. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is my big miss for today. Look at the volume coming in also. Volume, huge volume coming in. I had the alert right at 10, 1022. Didn't like the spread at the time, but it wasn't a horrible spread. It was just I didn't quite like it. Anyway, sure there'll be another. I mean, look at the room it's got, guys. I mean, 1982. Not saying it's getting there. If you're listening to this for the first time, what does that guy mean? Well, I don't mean it's getting there. I'm just meaning that you don't have to worry too much about chart resistance. Other reasons, many other reasons why I won't keep moving higher, but chart resistance would not be one of them. All right, guys, TNFA. Let's take a look at this one, TNFA. So the next guy looking left on a weekly chart, lots of room, almost $5 for TNFA. But I get to my daily chart though. Okay, this has got some room, not the $5 room, but it's got the room to 4 anyway. Volume is putrid. Sorry. Yeah, 214,000 shares. So I'm not as interested in it. I was hoping the volume would be more. Remember, my minimum here is 200. The reason I don't put a bigger number is because at the beginning of the day, these stocks can just be starting out. So I don't want to put like 2 million minimum. The wrap guys is having a bit of a resurgence, at the least, 33 up to 37. For this stock, this is about as nice a base as you're going to get with this stock, Octo. Wrap. I almost took this wrap guys and it right around here, just over that 36 or 37 mark, and then the spread just got. I'm forgetting about this one. Look at the spread just got crazy. Well, there's no clue on this one. Well, yeah, somebody would have known. You're right, but certainly no clue. In fact, this was not. Yeah, I mean, this. I don't even know what was happening with this one all this time. I mean, it wasn't trading. I mean, it was trading, but 142. I'm sorry. Yeah, 13,000 shares were trading. And the day before that, 26,000. So it was not hardly trading at all. Well, I mean, it's basing nicely. This, uh, went into a brick wall on this one. My head, INHD. This is my fear of missing out on this one. I mean, here's the weekly chart, guys. Look at this. All right, guys. Hard thing to look at this one. INHG right now just got halted on the way up. So glad I didn't take that wrap spread. It just kept me out. You asking the question, is it? Of course. You know, like why is OKTO? Yeah, of course. It's just one of those ones. People see it. I mean, we're not. There are other millions of traders around the world, and they see, in the free market, they see this thing going crazy, and Dan Ives is the chairman of OCTO. Well, but did he just start? Because what was he doing for all these years before? I don't see that as a headline. Let me see if I can find a headline like that. Well, this may be more. I mean, this Michael Saylor, of course, has a lot of sway, right? Oh, no, 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 no. Sorry. I'm sorry. He's talking Bitcoin in general. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. Another one with a kind of a crummy little spread here. Well, not now, very 870, 910, KRKR. I mean, they look so interesting, but then you check the spread and they become way less interesting. But look at this. I mean, breaks over nine again. So I think what I'm going to do, because I keep having to reduce this a little bit and put a weekly chart in now. Yeah, I mean, ticking me off, guys. I mean, the KRKR. I mean, the only reason I didn't take it is because of the spread. I had to stick to my. Now, now it just got halted 979 on the way up. Just shot its way up. The other thing I forgot to mention, this tree map you see here, this starts off from a topless window also. So if I uncheck that, no, it's not that yeah, I've limited it to the top six. Okay, that's just a personal decision. Okay, so that's why you'll see different stocks in here all day long. It's not just these stocks. And so again, you can show the tree map, or you can launch a real-time stock race. I'm not going to do it with six stocks, but show the tree map. So tree maps and races start off from a top list window. My fear now is not fear, but I have to resist the urge to, yeah, doing a little FOMO type trade. Usually pretty good at that, but little disappointed this morning. Well, okay, if we're looking at Octo as a pullback play, I mean, you just, let's treat it like it's a normal stock, okay? And we're looking at it as a pullback play. Now, okay, I mean, that'd be a crazy pullback, obviously down to 1382. So now I'm looking at the VWAP, all right? But maybe there's a moving average on your chart that you like, that you put on your charts. Maybe that would be an area that you could pull back to that and hold. I'm just trying to treat this like a normal stock. I'm actually surprised. Oh, boy, I can't get the box to pop up. I'm on this new development bill, guys. That oof, Pepe. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to get out of the browser interface. What I'm looking at here is so I'm surprised that the VWAP is still down here, but look at all the volume in the pre-market. I mean, there's been volume once the market opened, but look at all that volume in the pre-market. So much of it. That's why the VWAP is still down here. All right, let's take a look at ZNB. This was another big one from last week. So what I'll do is I'll put $1.73. I'm going to put a price alert at $1.73. That was the high of Friday. Thursday got way up here to 340. So let's see if it happens. Okay, a little float. Oh man, this is another big miss for me. I remember I was watching this one earlier as a potential reversal play. It also showed up in the FA scan, combo scan. Ugh, not too many. I mean, it's 27.08, $31 now. Well, this is coming into the VWAP now. DNTH is coming into the VWAP. 32.41, still over $1 away from it. Terrible spread though. Again, 31, 31.62. So probably what kept me out of it back then, but it backed on $4. So I'm keeping my eye on the QS. It is basing nicely. Right here, it's still under the VWAP though, 977. So maybe a VWAP break later on. Maybe that gets it moving. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, of course. 392 million in the float. You guys, QS is making just a little bit of a move. Wow, Ford. Well, it's now kind of doing what. Where's Octo? No, it isn't. Octo is still crazy strong. I thought Octo was really giving it up, but Ford is really giving it up now. Yeah, stick with makes sense to you, JTB, in terms of swing trading, day trading, maybe a mix, but stick whatever you're comfortable with. Obviously, this is an active day trading room, but okay, guys, QS just got to the VWAP. 978 is the VWAP. Let's see if it holds that and starts to move. Actually, INHG finally has had a pullback, so maybe it's pulling back. Wow. Okay, there's the VWAP. There is the VWAP, 1277. So it's pulled right into the VWAP. Will it hold it? Okay, will that act as support? Yeah, I mean, the spread got, 1233, 1260. So it's underneath the VWAP now, guys. I mean, it is underneath. 1276 is the VWAP. So it is. Boy, keep an eye on this INHG. It looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. Look at it, guys. Look at INHG right at the VWAP area, 1276, right at the area of the VWAP. Just waiting to see if it can really hold this VWAP area, guys. INHG. To the 1280 mark, I'll probably take it, but this is not a recommendation to do the same thing. Okay, I'm just telling you what I'm watching here. Got to concentrate on this one, guys. I'm just watching the bid ask on this INHD. It's trying to hold the VWAP. All right, guys. Well, it's not It's dipping down a little too far down underneath the VWAP, so not taking it yet. I will put a price alert in this around the 13 level, maybe later on. Oh, KRKR. I think is this halted on the way up? Yes, halted on the way up. The one that the spread kept me out. Oh, glad I didn't try a Ford short. Bounced $3, 20 up to 23. How ugly did this one get? Got halted on the way up a couple of times. Okay, guys, QS did it for me. I like the way it's holding over the VWAP. So the big challenge, maybe taking out 10. Nine 978 was the VWAP. Let it clear by a little bit more. $11.10. Wow. I'm gonna just check to make sure it is Chris taking over for me today in our YouTube room. All right. Yeah. Confirmation, not a recommendation. Confirmation. It'll be Chris Farley taking over for me in our YouTube room at around noon. Okay. So about 50 minutes from now. Before I leave, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. Oh, wrap. What a great short that I didn't take. I was so tempted to take it long right there. Right there. Come on, QS. Repeat that Volkswagen press release. Put it out there again. TLA. I think I saw this one earlier. I think the volume. Oh no, the volume is. Oh, it was under $1. That's the reason. It hit over $1. No, it's just underneath $1 again. Come on, QS, take out 10. Pretty psychological number. Well, you can see, why do I wait? Look at INHD now. Was just really interested around that VWAP area, but it was hanging around for quite a while, but it did not. All right, now QS. Let's put some price alerts a little bit above that. Well, the high today for QS was around 1070, so there's room. Oh man, KRKR just got halted on the way up again, guys. Look at that, a 20% move within 5 minutes. Got halted on the way up. Big, big movers today. They are now. Look at that, KRKR has won five. Not shortable for me in Interactive Brokers, but it's won 5 races. Summit. Now there's a low on the daily chart. It's probably there at 1929. That's far enough away, I think. Low is 1948. That's the next low looking left on a weekly chart anyway. This is for the summit. Little psychological number of 10 to get through for the QS. Okay, guys, 45 minutes break time. Tremendous recovery for the DNTH. Well, for you penny players out there, the TLPH guys, look at the volume, about 38 million, 146. They announced a private placement of up to $29, priced at the market. Okay, Key West, come on, leave 10 behind. This will be a rocket ship like the other ones, just because of the float, 392 million in the float. Right. Price alerts, induce it upwards. Wow, KRKR just tacked on another bunch of dollars. Okay, just keep putting these. Okay, how about 1010? Shoot, I saw this CIGL. I was moving up the leaderboard and I didn't click on it. Look at this now. It's just got halted. CIGL just got halted. Another China stock, another low floater. A million shares are traded, so that's not bad. And now let's see, where could it open? Five. So there's your halt, 481. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is Interactive Brokers time and sales. Okay. There's your halt price at 481. Potential open in the 5 area level. Okay. Doesn't have to be there. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. If it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 11:24 plus 44 seconds. Wow. And it just opened. It just opened and exploded. Okay, what's a new one? Now, up. Okay, keep an eye on up, okay, because this was a super active one. 2 weeks ago, got up to what? Yeah, well, 255. I mean, that is the next high looking left. So there's a bit of room. And 2 weeks ago, this got up to what, 350. Now KRKR got halted on the way, still on the way up. Not shortable for me. Still on the way up. No, I remember seeing this one on Friday, but I don't recall what the news was. Probably no news. It's just a China stock that's going crazy. So, guys, this is now that my computer will handle all this stuff. So, this is the biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. Let me just tuck this underneath here. Just I certainly don't need this to be that big. All right, guys. Now, will this give me an opportunity to trade it? No. Had to take a 481 briefly. It didn't do it. That was the halt price. Sometimes what I'll do, stock maybe makes a little bit of a move, comes down below the halt price and then pops through it again. Or even if it opens below the halt price and then pops through. Another China stock, guys. That's all this is. It's just China stocks. You're looking for news on these things. Probably not going to find anything. Question in our YouTube room: do I follow sector performance? Typically not, because most of the things that we're seeing here has no relation to what the sector is doing. If I were somebody who wanted to play more oil stocks or precious metals, or something that was tied directly into a sector, yeah. But most of these things, they're trading on their own. They don't really care about whatever sector they're in, what they're doing. Well, I'm more of a day trader, so yeah, I prefer it that way. I want to see stocks that are trading on their own, not that tied into what the sector is doing. I'm talking to Mighty Mouse in our YouTube room. When you're day trading, all you care about is stocks that are trading abnormally. Typically, they don't care what the sector is doing. Okay, guys. Well, I took myself out of the QS as it dropped a little under 10. A little disappointed. It didn't keep moving higher, but Made a little bit on that anyway, so keep an eye on this one, guys, the CIGL, in case it, pops through 5 again. Look at the weekly chart, so there is room. There's a lot of like, are you kidding me? Is that much room? Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of room on the weekly chart anyway. I mean, looking left, I mean, look at that, $30. Nobody's saying it's gonna get there, but there's a ton of room on the weekly chart anyway. What week was this? This was, June? Sorry, June, July of this year? Yeah, there are a lot of who's your broker, Bambino? There are a lot of shares available. A lot of shares available, Interactive Brokers anyway, 1,000,000 for short for the wrap. Well, yeah, now I'm glad, Sam, it's come all the way back. I mean, what a range. 15, 16 down to 980 now. Guys, keep an eye on the CIGL. I mean, if it pops through 5 again, for no reason, of course, I don't see any news on this one because it is a ton of room on that weekly chart. Mainly because of it, I'm sure it did a reverse split of some sort. All right, guys, GSAT now on the move. GSAT is on the move. I put a price alert just over 37 on it, and it's on the move. So this could be one of those ones later in the day, guys. I mean, it may happen right now, but CIGL could be. Just kind of basing around that 5 level, takes out that high, could absolutely run just because of the room it's got on that weekly chart. And I'm talking about the CIGL. Now, speaking of INHG, it's trying to hold 10. Did I see the Russian cancer drug news? I did not. Boy, this is a pretty nice one from our AI guys. It's coming right into maybe a resistance or a support area, but a pretty nice one. In fact, very nice one. Summit on the short, SMMT on the short. Wow, KR kept moving higher after that halt. Another wow. Not usually we get two of these in the same day. Two of these, as in just stocks that are just ripping from the open. I mean, this is now up 244%. Remember, they did nothing in the pre-market. This stock, KRKR, did nothing. Just China. That's all it is. It's just a China stock that people are piling into. Is the screen blank for everybody? Is the screen blank for everybody? No. Do a refresh. I noticed that what happened is my little thumbnail of the screen popped in here for some reason, and which is kind of strange. It doesn't normally happen, but okay. I have to put a price alert. Just over 5. Oh, there it is. Okay, just over 5 for the CIGL in case it takes it out later on. Yep, halted on the way up again. Potential open. Well, there's your halt price, 1805. So this is not giving a big clue. You would think that we're in for at least a drop on this halt. Well, how could anybody have that, Rick? Seriously, I'm just trying to figure out what you mean by that. I mean, the next high on a monthly chart, nobody's saying it's going to get there, but I mean, the next high is right here. So it's almost there, $19. You look right here. So I mean, there's a lot of resistance now at between 18 and on the monthly chart anyway, and 20. Yeah, well, I mean, but I mean, it's hard to predict though. I mean, what with that low float, the only thing I can say about it is it's not a lot of volume. I mean, yeah, it's 104 times normal, but it's not that much volume considering it's up 244%. Boy, Summit is just looks like that is the low, 19. Well, look at this though, 1851. Well, it flashed 1851 briefly. My the audio is it still good? Just in case something happened to the audio also. Audio is still good. Want to make sure that didn't affect. Perfect. Oh, so nice to hear. So, question in our YouTube room: would INSM be a good mean reversion short if it cannot hold? Well, let's take a look at it. INSM. No, I don't think I've seen this one. It's pretty strong stock still. I don't know. I mean, it's at the VWAP right now. Not a lot of volume. I mean, the relative volume is only 0.61, so it's not trading abnormally. It's still a pretty strong stock based on what I'm seeing on the daily chart. Could it, but mean revert to what you're saying? Because it's right now, it is right at the VWAP, so it's underneath the VWAP a little bit. Well, if I wanted to short INSM, because you're saying an earnings gap, uh, you would have to, in my opinion, anyway, it'll have to start. I mean, you're giving up $5, but I mean, it's still been pretty strong. If this was earnings, we don't have that as an earnings gap here, but it's still pretty strong stock. And you're saying you're more of a swing trader. I'm talking to Mighty Mouse in our YouTube room. Yeah. So I mean, then you're yeah. I mean, I just wouldn't. I mean, it's still pretty strong. Probably, I would wait to see if it could take out at least get negative for the day. Oh, it was a news gap. Okay. I mean, but you're talking about a swing trade. Well, I mean, okay, sure, it's below the VWAP on a on like today's VWAP, but I don't know. I mean, to me, it's still pretty strong. A little pullback, but don't let me stop you. Octo guys is still not dead. Amazing. Every time you think it might completely, give it up. Keeps moving higher, guys. KRKR on no news. Okay, there's no news that I can see. It's just a China stock, low float China stock. That's your news. Who'd have thunk that another stock could overtake Octo as maybe being a leader in the number of races won? Well, Mighty Mouse, if that is a strategy that you're using and you're making money at it, yeah, keep doing it. Is KRKR doing something with crypto? I just can't see that. Yeah, this our news is just. Yeah. So I'm looking at my news. I'm just trying to find anything that says it is. Yeah, I don't see a tie-in with KRKR here. This for whatever reason, my for KRKR is showing me this. I just don't see the tie-in to KRKR here. Maybe keep doing it. Here we go. Ah, well, at least it's mentioned here, but it looks like the guy left KRKR. Anyway, all right. Well, it finally, well, it opened, guys, and this time it had the downfall for KRKR or a pullback anyway. Briefly, let's see if it. I don't know. Maybe keep an eye in Children's Place, guys. PLCE. It's a low float, 9 million in the float. It's an earnings play. Had a big pop early on, sort of right on the open. Got up to 653, came right back down to 527. Over the VWAP again, over six. I mean, it's got what was the high here again? Is about 652. So there is room to the high. So did that show the news that Rick in that website you're talking about, Ortex? Hey guys, starting to look at some of these large cap losers from the start of the race. Okay, starting to look at some of these. They won't be rocket ships or anything like that, but And with the market taking a bit of a downturn now, just a bit of one. There's a nice bounce now for SMNT, guys. I mean, wow, down almost a dollar bounce for SMMT. Okay, 11:49. I'll be taking a break in about 10 minutes. Chris Varley will take over for me. So the YouTube room is up and running again. So Chris Varley will come in and take over the stream at noon, about 10 minutes from now. Well, this PLCE looks really interesting, guys. You know, it's basing nicely over 6. It's over the VWAP. The VWAP is around 593, so call it 6. So it's over the VWAP. It's an earnings play. It's a big move early, big move down, percentage-wise. But it's inching its way up. It's a low float too, 9 million in the float. I thought it would be a bigger float for whatever reason, but it is a low float. They must have done a reverse split at some point. Little move on PLCE, guys. A little move now. Another little move. PLCE. My goodness, what a I want to see what the range in this one was. $9 range for INHD today. $9 range. No, it was never shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It's almost like they're doing a financing. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, 1590 down to 650. I mean, we may say it's ridiculous the way that it moved that like that. Of course it was, but boy, Octo guys. I mean, for this stock, this is basing really nicely. You know, a stock that has had what's its range? It's only $41. Yeah, a little bit more. All right, guys. Well, listen, because only because I'm taking my break in about 5 minutes, and because this is such a low float, I'm I'm taking I took myself out of the children's the PLCE. Also, the high it's getting pretty close to the high, 653. So I took myself out of this one. No, not a rocket ship, but definitely a nice little move from that 620 mark. I would probably keep it if I weren't taking a break. Problem is taking a break and taking a break with that float is a little tough for me. And I'm talking about this is the one that I actually thought might have a well, it did have that initial move up for these cheap earnings plays. Octo, well, let's see. Sure. I don't know what a two tweezer candle alert is. Another Oliver. Probably. Well, we may have something, but we don't call it that. I don't know what a two tweezer candle alert is. This is from our YouTube room. Maybe if you describe what it does, maybe we do, but not familiar with that. Can you hear me, another Oliver, in our YouTube room? I'll be taking off soon, though, but you might want to ask Chris that. I don't know. We don't have anything that's called the two tweezer candle alert, but if you can describe it, maybe we have something we can make. The news on Octo, another one of these digital asset management plays. This is it. Eightco, Octo embraces WorldCoin as a treasury asset with backing from Bitmine. That was it. I don't think it's Solano. I think that was Ford. Ford was Solano. I don't know what this is. It's more like Ethereum. Okay. Well, that's okay. I don't mind. I mean, I sort of mind that I'm not in it anymore. But two evening star candles. So are these on the daily chart? I'm gonna have to let Chris answer it. Okay. We do have. Let me just see. I just want to break out an alert window. So if I right click, configure, and then symbol list and add existing lists, and we have a bunch of patterns here, whether that's one of them, daily. Okay, so Pepe is saying no. Okay, two evening star candles. So we don't have anything that says evening star here. Okay, so the answer is no. Two hammer candles on a 15-minute chart. Well, so we do have a 15-minute hammer, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's two of them. We do have an alert. I've never used it. Okay, never used it, but we do have alert. But I don't. But I doesn't mean that this is two of them. It's just one of them. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So at least we have one, another Oliver. We have one, but I don't see, we don't, this doesn't mean it's two of them. Now, it's possible you could combine it with a filter. One moment, Mr. Chris. Okay, guys, so Chris is in our YouTube room now. Okay, just give me a moment, Chris. And I'm going to put my announcement here. So Chris Farley is in our YouTube room now. I'm going to put my announcement here. Okay, guys, in the main room, I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And I will mute myself in the main room, mute my music. So many things I'm clicking on, Chris. Okay, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me. Chris?
Whoop, I forgot to unmute myself.
What a difference a day makes.
I guess so. I might have
terms
to
of
do
my
the
computer.
same thing.
Unbelievable. Okay, truly unbelievable, Chris. All it was is the thermal paste.
Amazing. Almost
Truly.
like Pepe knows what he's doing.
Almost well, and he kept after me, and a few others too kept saying, do it. Do it. But I think they were trying to convince me to do it. And I said, I don't know about that. I took it into the Geek Squad on Saturday. They looked, yeah, we'll do it. Took half an hour, done.
Wow.
Done.
All right.
Like a new computer.
I'm going to do the same thing. I don't know if it'll be this weekend or next, but
yeah, just do it. I mean, if you don't have a Geek Squad membership, which I do, it costs nothing, but it might cost you, I don't know, US dollars, I don't know, $70 US.
Well, it would be worth it considering I'm fine right up until I start this stream. Every time I start it, and nothing goes wrong all day long, right up until I start the stream. And then everything comes to a screeching halt.
Are you on a laptop or a desktop?
Desktop.
Oh, you're on a desktop. Okay, yeah. I mean, and how long have you had it?
2.5 years.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's this thermal paste can just dry out.
Yeah. No, makes total sense.
Okay. All right. For people
yes, you got to go on a break. Otherwise, I'll talk to you forever. You know that.
Okay. Okay, Chris. Well, we'll see you in about an hour. Okay.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry.
Okay.
Have a good break. So, all right, folks, got the swap going on there. All right. Looks like you are now viewing my screen. Let's see, what else do we have going on here? There we go. Alrighty, so happy Monday to you all. Got a little bit of a gap up in the market today, kind of run sideways since. As per usual, this is an open forum on this here for a Q&A. We don't have any pre-done content, so don't be shy with your questions. Rely on you folks to drive the content of this with your questions, of course. Should you not have any questions, I'll do my best to keep it entertaining and most importantly informative, mostly pertaining to the market and or Trade Idea software. I do think it's best when you folks are coming with your thoughts and questions, driving the content. Anybody can talk markets and give their 2 cents or anything like that. I don't have anything special regarding that anybody else out there, 1,000 other, 1 million other people, whatever, don't have. But what I do well is the software here, and I have a fairly good working knowledge of it. So don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. In the event there are none, like I said, do my best to keep it most importantly informative and somewhat entertaining to keep us engaged. So I guess while we don't have any questions coming in, I will we'll go over some stuff from my relative strength from the open scan here. A handy drawing tool. And let's see. This INHD made quite the move here. It was really not much of anything going on beginning of the day here, and then just really took off. What's interesting is you didn't see the massive volume coming in until it capitulated right here to the upside and really gave all of it back, and then a whole lot more, now down almost 20% on the day there. Pretty interesting, actually. Must have had some news, I would surmise. AUS, good day to you too. Got a money machine question? Yeah, fire it at me. Hopefully I'll be able to answer it. Let me know what that is. So while I wait for that question to come in, so Raj, I can't tell you that. I think you've been here long enough to know me and know that I will never give a date on these things. What I tell people that get a little chippy about it with me is that it was coming out last December, and then this past January, and then February, March, April, May, June, July, and August. It was coming out all those months. And here we are right now. So it's just, every time we turned around and we thought we'd crossed, the bridge that would get us there, 2-3 more bridges would pop up. And it was no different the last 2 weeks where we thought it was getting released and it wasn't. So today is the first day we're on an internal beta testing some of the new bugs that had come up and things that have been added at the last moment here. And we're going to probably test it today and tomorrow, maybe Wednesday. If everything went perfect, it is possible to see it as a live public beta on Thursday or Friday. But that's a big if. And so that's that. So let's take a look at some of these other from relative strengths from the open scan here. So XAIR, that got really jumping there for a moment, but you get a gap up that's that much on a small price stock. Hard to really go running after those things without letting it settle in a little bit. Especially look, most of the move was made in the first 10 minutes after the gap up, and there's a lot of jumbling around after that to give it up. So we'll see what it equals here. It's a pretty significant relative volume and very, very significant liquidity going on there. Nope, it exits at the end of the day for you here. There's something in it that I believe at 5 minutes to it does that. I don't remember. Let me look here. Bear with me. Let's bring this over. So I've got it running here and testing. And remember, this is all paper right now. That's what will be when the first bit of this gets released to everybody. It'll be paper only. No idea when we'll move from paper. Let me see if I can do it like this, because I can't go into the settings. I can't stop this right now. Nope. Yeah, I know that it will close for you. I just don't know where and how that is right now off the top of my head. Yeah, but there will be a way to close them 100% for sure before the market closes. I can't give you a reason why stock went up. I'm sorry, but we can look at it. SGBX. SGBX, SGBX. I mean, I don't see it popping up right now. It's down on the day. It's down almost 5.75% nearly on the day. So I'm not sure where you're seeing it popping up. It made this move here, 10 million on the float. So I don't know, perhaps it's even 90,000 shares on this. So I couldn't give you sorry, there's no, oh, it's showing in the scan. I would surmise you're the person that emailed about that last week. I have pointed this out to the development team. The person that used to work on those scans in the Market Explorer is no longer with us at this point. So I think they're trying to figure out who can take on that workload right now to go into the Market Explorer scans and figure out what logic broke on the scan right now. So there's a ticket in with a development team and really just kind of waiting on them. They got a full plate right now between the money machine and some of the other things that are going on right now. Besides the money machine, you see these, alerts and other things that have been added to the charts here. There's other stuff that's coming down the pipe as well. So, my job is one of my jobs is to represent you folks here and, things like that. So I attend development meetings, each week, and I come with a list of things that they need to be looking at for the users. So that's on my list to stay on them for the foreseeable future. I am not comfortable when I don't have answers for you folks on things or something continues to linger for any extended amount of time. But, what I can do for my position is just constantly advocate for you folks on something like that, which I will do there, Tampa. Why are they different? They're different because of formatting, and there's no point, number one, in having two channel bars repeat everything exactly, and two, there are channels within the non-docked version that don't dock well the way they're set up. And three, we wanted a channel bar that was just a little more simplistic. That was a management decision. Let's keep it simple. Let's not have 400 channels in there. We got the original one that kind of got away from us like a diner menu, and we did not want that happening with the dock channel bar. So for those reasons, it was a management decision to run it the way it is. And I mean, there's no button that you press to do that. What you could do is simply create your own dock channels from the non-docked bar. So what you would do is, when you load up one of those, you could take one of the scans from it and right click and go duplicate into a docked window. I'm going to shrink this down so we can go. So let's just pretend that this was a channel here that's free floating. It's my own layout that's free floating, and you just keep, this is called a new dock up here. So we'll duplicate into new right here. See how that's got the new dash to it. I could also rename this too, just for so change title. We'll call it creating a docked channel. Now I can go through each one of these, duplicate it into it with the right click. And then let's say once I've got them all in there, I can start to organize them how I want to organize them. And so we can see what's going on there with that as far as getting that dock done. And then I could right click the top of the dock, save or share to cloud like that. And I'd give it the name, whatever I want to give it. And that would be that. And then I could load it at my leisure by going to File, Load from Cloud. And it would be here in the cloud, all saved for us there. So that's how you could do that with that. I just Here's one thing to keep in mind. Some of the non-docked channels are very large with a lot of scans in them. And the docked windows, the dock itself consumes a lot of resources on your machine. So now if you get a number of scans that could be consuming a large amount of resources, and you get a number of docks that are going, like if you were to have multiple docks, that could, cause you some slowing up issues. It really just, there's no exact formula to how this works. No two top lists, unless you duplicate a top list, are exactly the same as far as the resources that, consumes. You get a top list, it's got a record count of, let's say, 1,000, and you got 15 columns in it, and it's letting in, all 1,000 stocks. That's going to consume a lot of resources. You get a top list that's got, 7, 8 columns in it, and only 8, 9, 10 stocks are populating in it, and you set the record count to 50. So only 50 could get in there at once. It's not going to consume a lot of resources. And the same would go with alert windows and compare count and all those same things with the scans. So, all right, good. Glad that helped you. Keep them coming with the questions, folks. Don't be shy. Keep them coming with the questions. I will, let's look at a couple of other stocks in the meantime from that. How can I move my current charts to a docked window? So right click the chart and duplicate it into that docked window, whatever that dock is called. Right. I closed that dock window that I had, but I'll create a new dock real quick. Or I could just if you have a dock already, let's do it like that. Actually, let me go new docked window, call it testing. Right click into duplicate into testing, and there it is in there. I can get rid of these instructions, just X those out, right click, duplicate into testing, right click, duplicate into testing, and then I can take them and move them around again. You got the tool there to show you how moving it will impact the scan. And once they're in like this, you can drag them and resize them how you please. And the same with the dock itself. You could resize that as well. Yeah, I can share this. Give me a second, because I've changed my layout recently, and there's things that are customized to me that won't share. So give me 1 second to how do I do this? Bear with me. Let me change some of these custom things that won't transfer to you. It won't impact, it won't change the scan. It's just the way I originally set this up, and I've just left it that way because I didn't feel the need to change it. Save. Configure advanced filters 15. Okay, play. Bear with me, because I have things on another screen too. They use symbols list, but I think I can change it to a public list and it'll still give you that. The only thing I can't do is my liked list is my liked list. What am I looking for? Add existing list. Sector analysis, users guide. Okay. And let's see. file. Save or share to cloud. Layout. Shared layout. 9/8/2025. Save and share. So like I said, there's going to be my liked list there that you see on the top list here. That will not, like, you'll get that, but it's going to, if you have a liked list, it'll populate your stocks. If you have nothing on your liked list, it'll not populate anything. It's set to, if we come into the configure here, you'll see under symbols list, my liked personal. So there you go. That is it right there. You are very welcome, Nesh. There's going to be a bunch of other things that are, you don't see on, I have on another screen there. So there'll be some other intraday compare count windows. You're going to get another single stock window with a chart that's got a 60-minute chart of the Qs. That single stock window is linked to that chart with the Qs. And I think that's really it. And there'll be another top list. There'll be this top list here. It's got a bunch of sector ETFs in it. So, all right, keep them coming. Keep the questions coming, folks. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I'm looking at this scan again here. We'll go over a few of these stocks again while I wait for some questions to come in. Oof. So a tough one here. So, relative volume, good liquidity. And thing, was running sideways a little bit here at the open, grinding itself higher, and the volume kind of really came in here. And this thing definitely probably halted a time or two up, definitely halting on the way down. So that's a tough one. That's a real tough one. Looks like it's halted right now, as a matter of fact. Not fun, not fun if you're on the wrong side of that halt. KR, ST, and SNTGs. I got these China plays that are coming. I'm guessing they're all low floats. I'd be real careful with these ones here, especially, looks like the stock loves to be run up and then pull the ripcord on it recently there. So I'd be real careful with that. Again, even more liquidity on this one, high relative volume, but a 1 million float on that. You get some unscrupulous individuals moving that around with some fairly well-placed and easy orders. And no, not good, not good. I'm going to keep moving on here. TRON. Now, these are all some real low-priced ones today. Not a fan when they're this low-priced. So a bit of a gap up and ran. Pulled itself up, pulled itself down, kind of grinding higher, giving it up at this point here. So we'll see. Looks like that 350 level is a level to be interested in at this point, for at least for this intraday chart here. You can see it had trouble getting through, finally got through. I'm trying to break down below it again here. So, Chris, what is a true stop gap? When in the pre-aftermarket, it may have no gap, but a smooth line, either up or down. Please look at SATS closed at 68 and opened at 80. That would be a gap. A gap is the change from the close of one candle to the next candle when there's a space in between that. So you see less gaps intraday usually and more gaps. So yeah, that would be a gap there. Now in the pre-market and post-market, which actually this really concerns more pre-market than anything else, our gap filter works like a change from close percent filter, which I'm not a fan of because a lot of people get confused about that. Once the market opens, the gap is the difference between here and there. That's the gap, right? Because this stock opened up there at the top of that body, actually. So hold on, let me zoom in a little bit more. So once the market opens, you know, the candle closed here, right? And then it opened here. That's the gap. And that is static once the market opens. That does not change. Anything it's doing the rest of the day, that's changed from the prior day's close. So that's what gap is. Now again, candle closed down here, it opened up here. That's what we'd be looking for a gap. And again, it's a static value. It does not change once it doesn't change. That's it. Like I said, in the pre-market, it works like a change from close filter. You got it. You got it. Happy to help. Keep the questions coming. Keep the questions coming. Wow, it's already 12:27. That was fast. I feel like we just started a minute ago here. Well, let's look at a few more charts while I hopefully get a few more questions from you folks. So LDI, Loan Depot. Custom dictates a gap up, should continue up and vice versa. I'm not sure what you mean by that exactly. If you could maybe a little more detail. Wow, so Loan Depot over the last 4+ years. Ugly chart, but having itself a couple of days here going back. So it's Friday of last week and Thursday. Serious volume on it. Pretty big gap up today, but fading now. So, you know, I'd be looking, you know, it's under the VWAP now. I'd be looking towards the bottom of the, or towards the gap here, low of the day, which happens to be right near the opening of the day, but not quite on the opening of the day. You know, most of the move was done in the gap in the first few minutes of the market being open there. NAKA. Who are you and what are you doing? This one gapped down, reversed, really just running sideways off the high of the day. Couldn't handle that $5 break there. Not much on the daily chart to go with. Stock's about a year old or so. A little more than a year old. Looks like they made this one hefty move here come the summer, and it's given most, if not all, that back up at this point. Small float. So it seems like a lot of these small floats are just being run up today, and then the ripcord pulled on them. Not ideal for trading. BSLK. Extremely minuscule float here. And looks like this gap down. Big reversal. Giving that back up at this point. So that 450 level seems to be the trouble for it. Also looks like the volume's kind of faded out a bit, but you never know. You never know. LVWR. Not a whole lot of liquidity on it. I mean, it's doing 3 times what it's normally doing to this point in the day, but only 781,000 shares traded on the day. So it's not like this is real liquid. Trying to make a case for itself by not giving it up like everything else has. Not the tiniest of floats, certainly not a large float at 11.83 million. That's for sure as can be. A little different on the daily chart than some of the other ones we've seen. Made a decent move up here into and beginning of the summer, and then gave a lot back up, but didn't give it all back up, and having itself a day today. So interestingly enough. And last but not least on that list, DNTH. A bit of a different look from a lot of the other ones that we saw today, where this is up overall. Newer issue because it's only at 2 years. Been grinding higher recently overall since sometime in the second week of August, give or take. Having itself a real day today, back to back actually. It was a decent day on, looks like Friday there, and it's continued up. It's broken down a bit, testing that 30 level again, see if it holds. But therapeutics is not something I'd be looking to take home overnight unless I had a real reason for maybe some kind of analytics knowledge of the actual stock and the company itself. But definitely an interesting look. Could be for the rest of the day. Plenty of volume at 47 times what's normally doing to this point of the day, and 4.5 million shares traded. And I note this here, it's got good volume at the opening here, gives some up, comes back, gives it back up, comes back to the high volume again, gives it up, comes back to the high volume again. We're in the sleepier part of the day, but it hasn't gone to complete sleep yet. So it might be something to bookmark for the rest of the day here. We'll see. Well, it looks like the money machine strategy I have traded it actually for a loss. Yep, traded it for a $114 loss. That's unfortunate. So there it is right there. Let me see here. Can I? Properties, orders, all orders. Oh, so it got stopped out. It took it right here towards the top. Oh, well. Easy come, easy go. That's a bummer. Chris, are you hiding charts underneath the charts and then more charts? How do you fit them all, by the way? Nope, I am not hiding any charts. There's all my charts. The only other chart I have is this static chart over on my my other screen. That's it. I have 4 charts. In the past, I did have a docked window up here, actually. I changed my layout about a month ago. I had a docked window up here. This scan was actually here, and this chart lived behind that scan, that race. And then I had some go, no go charts behind each one of these for some testing that I did forever ago. I just never got rid of them. And I was trying to clean up my layout a bit a month ago or so. And so I got rid of my docked windows and all that. There should only be 4 charts. If you have more than 4 charts, that would be strange, because I shared what's on my screen here. Not that it's impossible, but I don't understand where that other chart would go from, because if we go to Windows and we go to list, you can see everything I have here. So those are compare count windows. Where's my charts? That's the Q's chart that's on the other screen, and then 1, 2, 3 charts down here, and that's it. That's a race, top list, compare count window, a race, Holly, single stock, top list, compare counts. Again, that was the Q chart, single stock window, price alerts window, and a brokerage plus window. I'm a big proponent. If you do not need it in your layout for any reason, get rid of it. There's no sense in taking up resources on things you're not going to use. I don't see any reason, when you're in the regular hours, I don't see any reason that you'd have any of your pre-market windows open during the regular hours. During pre-market, if you have, I break layouts up, have a pre-market layout if you're doing pre-market work, have a regular hours for the regular hours, have a post for the post-market. For those that have, massive supercomputers with, max RAM and everything else, and they can update as they need to and whatever else, they get away with a lot more stuff. I have a nice computer. It's not a bad computer or anything, but it's also not, a $3,000 gaming machine either. So, I run a lot of different things on this throughout the day, and try to limit the resources where I can that get taken. I try to be reasonable is what I try to do. I'm not a power user of the software, although I understand power using the software and things of that nature. And what do I mean by a power user of the software? Meaning that I'm running, many complex scans and back tests throughout the day. I'm not logging alerts from my windows or anything like that into spreadsheets, those kinds of things like that. Could I do all those things? Sure, but I don't have any purpose behind it for myself to do that. We do have some, very, very high level power users that are, logging tons of data and creating their own kind of system behind their scenes for their own back testing and spreadsheets and formulas and things like that for tweaking their scans constantly and whatnot. That's not me. That's at a level of quant users and quant thinkers. And while I wish I was there, not who I am. Yeah, I think, we could point out every single day, on any given day, stocks that gap up and reverse and stocks that gap down and reverse, basically almost any day we see that. I think we got a stock that did it right here. This gap down, reversed, banging around this $30 level now, give or take. But, I think one of the things that probably helped change that around is trading has become easily accessible to the masses now. 30 years ago, how many broker firms were out there for the individual trader? The commissions were, very high in some cases. how many people had, high-speed internet access 30 years ago. I mean, in the last 30 years, it's really wild how much has changed in our world here. I mean, it's absolutely wild, 30 years ago, I think you'd find a vast majority of internet users at home were on dial-up. There wasn't a vast majority of cable, fiber optics users like there is now. It's, really in the last 20 years plus 25 years, that change has really come on, and how much has actually impacted who and what we are in this world. Yeah, no, you think about some of these things that have changed over the years in technology and how much they actually impacted what we do here, and on a grand scheme of things, a lot of that change has really taken place in the last 20 years, give or take. Oh, absolutely. Look, T+3, T+2, T+1 now, right? While there's still the pattern day trader rule out there, the T+1 really changed things, where if you're someone that does have a $15,000 or $20,000 account, using a cash account kind of makes more sense than using the margin account now if you're trying to day trade. And then on top of that, look, you got how many brokers are out there now, all vying for everybody to put their money with them, and everybody claims the best execution speed. And, most brokers are, no fees at this point, or very minimal fees. And so, minimum balances are almost gone for most brokers and things of that nature. So, yeah, I think there's talk about getting rid of that rule. We'll see what happens with the PDT rule. Yeah, just the one thing, I'd always caution people is, remember, when something's free, you're the product. That's how it works. Some more than others, but without a question, I'd like to think we all know, and at least most of us know, there is nothing free in life. Whether free is somehow, selling your data or something like that, or free is to get you on the hook to hope that you will move up to a paid version at some point, one way or the other. Doesn't make anything bad necessarily. It's just a good idea to keep that in mind, to keep things in perspective. So, all right, we're cruising along here. Keep the questions coming. Don't be shy. I guess we'll go through a stock or two from this list. So these two, they're very similar scans. There's a little bit of pricing difference between them, a couple filter differences. So PL, Planet Labs. Oh, this one gapped up, traded way up, pulled back, made a nice kind of orderly move up after that. It's one of the nicer looking charts that we looked at so far. And it's sitting up here at high of the day right now, basically. Maybe a few pennies off from the high of the day right now. Volume and liquidity, pretty serious. Looks like it had earnings this morning. Yeah, it's an interesting looking one to keep an eye on maybe the rest of the day. We talked about KRKR, talked about that. HIMZ. So this is an ETF for a 2x ETF for HIMZ. Oh, stock world. You are so funny sometimes. Might as well just look at the real chart. Not a fan of these leveraged ETFs like that. So, overall looks strong on a monthly chart for the most part here. And one could argue, this being some kind of top, but also, never really broke down this level down here either. Never broke down past the 40. Maybe trying to get itself scooped back up and test that level again. It's 70 or so, 72.98 is the high. That's probably that right there. So interesting. Real liquid. I mean, look, it's doing 1 1/3 what it's normally doing at this point in the day and about to cross 23 million shares. It's a really liquid stock. OCTO, no, we didn't go over that. That wasn't on the other scan. I'm going to guess that this was maybe a change, symbol change perhaps. Got quite the move going on here. Yeah, that's got quite the move going on there. We'll see how that can keep itself up. Looks like the relative volume and the volume have reversed themselves. Probably a little bugaboo here with the symbol change. It'll work itself out in a day or two, I would imagine. Quite the move there today. No, it's not up 4,000% though. But from its open here to here, open somewhere around $18, give or take, $18.50, and just crossed 80 at one point. That is something, that's for sure. Let's see, D and just talked about that. HSAI. That wasn't on the other one. Look at this here. I think it's a Chinese stock, right? Yep, looks like it. Pretty liquid here. 4.9 million shares traded. It's doing 2 2/3, almost 2 2/3 what it's normally doing here. Big gap up, traded up, kind of fading for the day here. Let's see if it can't find some life later on in the day. Looks like it made a new all-time high today here, 30.36 up here. So that's interesting. It looks like China continues to be a strong player here. FXI. Look at that real fast here. I mean, this thing's only down now 6.5% over the last 5 years. That's quite the recovery from where it was. Let's put this on a monthly chart. It'll be easier to see that way. It's too hard to go that far back on a daily chart now. It's not going to look. A weekly chart. Let's try that. Let's see. Get rid of picture-in-picture for a hot minute here. There we go. So, look back here in 2014, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Look at that. Look how important the level it's at right now is on that FXI. That is undeniable. On a weekly chart, to see the price touching that area that much, that is an area to keep an eye on there, around $40 here. That is an area to keep an eye on. The K-Web not looking as nice, though, if I'm not mistaken. I think we talked about this last week. I think we did. Maybe I'm imagining that. That massive run up here. Still down 43% over the last 5 years. And again, that $40 level, very big for this one too. But a different big here. I mean, it's been pinned under it for so long now, and it is so far off a lifetime high here on that. So the FXI, for those keeping score at home, that's your Chinese large caps, and the K-Web is your Chinese internets. So interesting stuff. Taking a long time for China to come back in any way as far as the market itself goes. I can make no comment on what really goes on over there, and I think it's hard for a lot of people to make any real assessment given the the secrecy behind everything there, and the Great Firewall of China and all that. But only thing I'm personally concerned with is making money. So, all right, you guys are giving me a bit of a silent treatment right now, but don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. Get those questions in for me if you got them. A few minutes left here before I wrap up for the day. Is there any development in terms of money machine accessibility and all? Yeah, Nesh, we've got a internal build that's a new one, just came out for us to start testing today. This is for just the paper mode of the money machine. Should it go perfectly, the testing, let's say, I'm gonna guess we're gonna need at least 3 days to test. But you never know around here. But let's err on the side of what you all want to hear, and the most optimistic I can be with it. Should we have perfect testing today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, you could possibly see a public build for the paper version for you folks Thursday or Friday. That's, it's a big if, and there's no guarantees or promises on that, but we're hopeful. We want this out. And by we also, I mean Dan wants us out. Dan wants us out forever ago, but each step of the way, something has really kind of come up and blocked us from what our goal is here. So again, there's no promises that happens. We thought the last 2 weeks we were going to sail in and drop this on you folks the last 2 weeks, and it just was bugs that kept, they just kept coming up, and that's all there was to it. It becomes a tale of two philosophies. One, well, it's a beta build, and if it's got some bugs on it, oh well. But there's also the tale of first impressions, and this is the first impression of this system, and we want it to work well. While bugs are inevitable. For example, the P&L of the system was crazy out of whack. There's no way to really know if it was working properly at different points, and it wasn't like it did it every time. There were some exceptions that stuck in a loop, and the software would just get stuck and you had to shut it down. So things like that, those aren't run-of-the-mill bugs that you just release software with, unfortunately. Yeah, Ty. So leverage ETFs have what's called decay, essentially. And what happens is, this is the best chart I can do this with, actually. Let me bring this out. So VXX, VIX representation here. And you see this here, these gap ups and these moves like this. Because what happens here is, this continues to go down. What happens when you get it to zero, for example, right? So that's part of what they call decay. And you don't want to be stuck on the wrong side of something like that when it resets. It's not the same as like being in a stock with a reverse split or anything like that. So it becomes some of the dangers with that. I mean, the other thing is this, you get something that's moving, think about how tough trading is in general. Now take a stock that's moving 3x what it normally would do. You could have some really bad things happen to you real fast, like real fast. So, those are my things about leveraged ETFs. This isn't a leveraged ETF, by the way. It's just, it's one that I can display that what it's done there a little easier because there's almost always one to find on the chart like that. With these leveraged ETFs also, you never know when one's just going to go away on you. I mean, like, this is wild to me, HIMZ. Like, really? The stock's got a leveraged ETF. I just kind of chuckled myself about it. I'm sure there are people making money on it, but I can promise you more people have lost money on this thing than made money on this thing. That I am confident of. It's not even that old. It started back in April. So, those are the things you want to be, you want to be real careful of. Broker like Interactive Brokers will not let you trade these things until you fill out certain questionnaires and waiver forms. And even then they may deny you from trading it still because of the dangers of them. There's probably things that I'm not thinking of or leaving out. So always probably a good idea. Reach out to your broker as well. Just ask them with some of the other risks and dangers with leveraged ETFs. But those are two big ones: decay and decay in that movement like that. And it doesn't. They move in lockstep with the stock, but not perfectly actually. What would be the top contrarian scans for trade ideas? We don't have like a top whatever list on stock and scans like that. There's no library bank of scans outside of what we have in the channel bar. And when you say contrarian, do you mean like for shorting or, I'm not sure exactly what you're looking for. I can tell you what's popular from the channels, what channels get used the most. I can't tell you what scan is the most liked from them because we just don't have a system that tells us things like that. But that's where I would, that's where I'd be living as far as, contrarian scans go. I'd be looking into the channel bar. Let me pull out one here. And like to make this real big and then use the show more this way. So I don't need it quite that big. There we go. So, if you're looking at contrarian, meaning going down, I might be looking at going down actually. Trade the gap works both ways for gap ups and gaps down. So you may consider some of those and then digging into the settings behind them and maybe using that as a guide for creating your own from there. You may like some of what the scan's doing, but you don't care for the price range, or maybe you want to see stocks that have more or less liquidity, things of that nature. I'm not if I see multiple positives, it's a positive. I wouldn't ever look at something as multiple positives being a negative. That's just, my thought process with that. But, short float, then I'd be looking at short squeeze. That's where I'd head into the short squeeze scans there on this here. And then, you take a look at what's in there, how it's put together, and then maybe make some adjustments from there, what you think may work best for you as far as that goes. That's where my thought process would go behind that. But I'm of the school of thought that, the more positive there are, the better it is personally. I also like to err on the side of, the market itself is up 75% of the time. And yes, I know someone out there, as I say that, is probably like, wow, you had all those years in the 70s where it didn't go anywhere, and then in the 60s. And yeah, you're right. Absolutely, you're right. But, we're not living in the 60s and 70s. So there's that too. We look back at a SPY chart here.
I didn't know you were that old, Chris.
No, but I've gone
looking into the 60s and 70s.
I've listened to enough posters out there on Twitter and where other seminars and webinars that I've been to live or virtually, and people so angry that the market is up so much over the last 15 years, and they're mad about it. And I'm like, why are you mad that the market's up? Like, I don't understand that. It's like, I just don't understand it.
Well, I do remember in the 80s. 80s were, it was completely different, obviously. I mean, there was no E-Trade. There was no E-Trade. So there was no way to trade online, number one. You had to go to your broker.
Yep.
And so there was really no day trading. I mean, how could you day trade when your broker was going to charge you, depending on how many shares you took and the value of the trade, you could be charged $200 or $300 each way.
Yep.
So how are you going to day trade like that? It was impossible. So, if you didn't trade in the first 2 minutes and catch something, forget the rest of the day.
Yep. I was a mere child back then, but I've looked back on a lot of these things, and we had a back and forth or conversation before about just how much things have changed in the last 25 years. I mean, 25 years ago, how many people were still on dial-up, and you still, if going in and out of a broker with commissions, I don't know, probably commissions were still $50 or $60 both ways in the year 2000. They started dropping kind of quickly in the mid 2000s, Fidelity, and I think maybe, I'm trying to think of who else, but they were, maybe they got down to around $20 both ways or something like that. But it was still, how many?
Which was awesome compared to what it was before. But yeah,
exactly. But how many people were on high speed internet then? Things of that nature. So it's just really, it's just crazy how much has changed in the last 25 years with all of this, and how it's impacted the market without a question. I mean, look at this flash crash or whatever you want to call it. That was a bear market a few months ago. I mean, if we had something like that happen 30 years ago, I don't think we'd have seen a recovery quite like we did. I mean, it's wild. We're making new all-time highs again after that.
That is true. Yeah, I still remember my first internet connection. I had to I can't remember my provider. I actually had to write to them, and they sent me a floppy disk.
Yep.
That's how it started. That's the only way. You had to then you put that in, but you had to write to them, and they would say, okay, here it is, man. Well, my friend. I guess we'll see you. What are your plans for the rest of this week in terms of the YouTube?
There's a good chance you'll see me tomorrow. I'd ballpark it at 75 right now.
75? Okay.
Yeah, I'd ballpark at 75%. Yeah.
Okay.
For those that want to put it on Polymarket or whatever it's called.
Okay, Chris, thanks so much. I'll take over now.
Sounds good.
So you will not delete the stream. You're just
no. I'm just going to close the browser. Can you take it over without me removing?
Well, I keep adding to stage, and it won't do it until you're until you actually remove yours. There. Now I can do it.
You got it. You're in.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, everybody, and thank you, Barry. And likely we'll see you all tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, just give me one moment. The YouTubers, I got to get back into the other room. The KRKR. There's the VWAP up here. Now, it's a fair piece away. I almost took this one. Almost doesn't count. I almost took this one on this little break of 11. I almost took it, but I was doing something else. And I thought, you know what? Don't do it. I wish I'd done it now, but It is halted. It is halted. 12:03, 12:09 potential open. Ah, and I'm gonna kick myself. I kept thinking about the Ford, will it ever catch up to the OCTO? I'm not necessarily talking about the stock price, but just get the enthusiasm back because it's the same type of, call it sector, okay? And they had news this morning, sort of the same. Yeah, obviously, it's lagged, quite a bit behind the Octo. It's only up 66%, but it is on the move now. Now, the VWAP is up at around 30, 29.59 or so. Well, that's going way back, Net Trade One. Talking to Net Trade One in our YouTube room. The problem with Ford all day long, though, has been the spread. I mean, 26, well, just tighten up a little bit, 27, 27.40, but it's been the spread all day long. You need a lot more volume in this thing for it to tighten that spread up. Yeah, it's around 13. It is around 13. Now, if you look at my chart, it's 1360 because it's taking into account the pre-market volume. Okay. If you're looking over here, which does not take into account pre-market volume, it is 13. Yes. So both numbers, it's broken through. No sound? Well, let me ask the question. Make sure that it's just Rick. I hope it's just Rick. My mic is on. Everything's on. So do a sound check. Yeah. So it's on your end, Rick. Thank you, guys. Wow, wow, wow. So what was the high here for KR? It's up around 20, 21? Thank you, guys. Yeah, it was just one individual in our other room, Blue Man, that said he couldn't hear. So a lot of times, unless you hear everybody saying or seeing posts, no sound, no sound, no sound, more than likely it's on your end. Now, I'm going to pronounce Octo dead. I'm kind of kidding. You never know. Volume has been decreasing, though. You can see the volume burst right in this area, right through here, here, here. Then you have the big move, and then the volume starting to tail off. And as the volume tails off, stock starts to drop. This has never been shortable for me in Interactive Brokers. Well, never. Not today, anyway. Whew. William, I don't recall what you said about staying after I leave. You didn't, okay. I guess that's why I don't recall. 3:30, 3:45ish. Okay, so guys, so around 2 o'clock is when I start to think about leaving. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But after I leave, William will keep the main room open sometime between 3:30 and 3:45. Or it could be 3:30. YouTube, I do have to shut down. I almost took this one, guys. I had a price alert for X-Air. You can see it right up here around the 4 level. I thought, okay, maybe now it'll get going. But boy, it just big rug pull, 408 down to 349. That's a big percentage drop. Yeah. So, John, as far as KRKR is concerned, I mean, I wouldn't expect, yeah, it might be an earnings play, but I mean, I don't think anybody expects them to be making money or so. It's not like a typical earnings play, in my opinion, with these small ones. I mean, they may come out and say we didn't lose as much, but in other words, no, you know what? I mean, I don't know for sure, of course, but I wouldn't consider whatever they come out with as being some kind of a good or a good catalyst. But you're right. It is an earnings play tomorrow. It is an earnings play tomorrow. All right, guys. One last look at my homepage for the day. All right. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. If you want, you'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year using my code Barry15. What I would do is, first of all, if you want to come into the main room every day, and those of you in YouTube, there's another room. And so if you save my homepage link, and then you can see right here, creating room. Okay. So this is a way, again, how you can take out a subscription. So I would save my link. Just save my link because if you want to come into the main room every day, it's a way to do it. And if you do take out a subscription, all I ask, please use my code. My code gets tracked by the company. The more people use it, the more they're likely to keep this room free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. You'll get it before, again, the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or your promotions folder if you have Gmail before you contact us. Okay, it's possible it could be there. Clicking on the education section on the more info, the first thing you do when you take out a subscription is right here, the getting started with trade ideas. Short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it, I would start off on that second video and take a look at the rest of them. That should give you an idea about whether or not this is a program that you might want to try. Back to basics, new to trading. This is for you. This is another free series of videos from us if you're new to trading. You're looking for my scans, and you've clicked on my homepage link. You'll be at the top. Oops. You will be at the top and just scroll down, and then here they are, my scans that I'm currently For the information I'm currently sharing, this is the one right here. Change in 5 minutes could be negative, it could be positive. Okay. The biggest changes in 5 minutes could be negative, could be positive. This is the 2 minute version of it. If you want a faster version, biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Pulse resumes is down here. Here is the momentum scan. I don't have it up and running, but you can have it. And the other two I have up and running on my other monitor, the gap continuation or reversal scan. The don't repeat version. So all that means is I want to see the alert the first time it happened, not over and over. And then the abnormal option activity scan or the combo scan, okay, from Pepe, and here it is. So these are these two right here. That's it, guys. That's all I've got up and running. I don't know what you mean, Rick. How many times can you use the monthly code? I mean, the monthly code is only good for 1 month, but I'm not sure I know what you mean. Well, I understand that, but what do you mean by how many times can you use it? It's only good for 1 month. So the Barry 15, which is the promo right now, you'll get 15% off the first month only, or 15% off the entire year. Oh, I see. No, I mean, in theory, no, you cannot do that. Well, obviously, Rick, we'll have a big promo into November for Black Friday. Sure, the Barry 15 is sort of a standard discount. Obviously, we have better ones when we just had the one 28% off the premium, 22% off everything else. I don't know what it's going to be for Black Friday. It'll be better than 15% for sure. Yeah, I doubt it's going to be 35%, Rick. Who told you that? Who told you that? I need a link. Who told you that? We've never had a 35%. I think we had a 35% in a very special situation. But yeah, so where did he hear that, Rick? Where did he hear that? Really, nothing. Nobody at Trade Ideas has said that. Yeah, well, okay, net trade. Talking to Net Trade in our YouTube room. The other way to look at the promos, I mean, if you so okay, you get 15% off right now. Now, it may be a month and a half before we have like the promo for. So sure, of course, I'm not telling anybody they've got to take a subscription right now. But if you thought you could use Trade Ideas, if you like it enough, and you get a 15%, and you can make money, then waiting for the 25% or whatever it is, I mean, it may be worth it. I don't know. Yeah. So Rich, yeah, he's guys are being the Rich and Rick show. So just nobody's paying anybody $200 a month. Just in case somebody thought that might be real. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. He's just kidding. He's just kidding. Bebot, Bebot. What's the next high here? 1252. Well, guys, geez, I'm seeing so many with just bad spreads all day long. Case in point, rain 584, 621. Now, we do have a spread filter that would reduce the spread to say no more than 5 cents. That's fine. The problem with that is that it doesn't mean that when you click on it, at the time of the alert, it would have been say max 5 cents, whatever you want to whatever you use for a number. Half a second later, it could jump back up to 20 cents. So it's not like be nice if we had some kind of a filter that would say, okay, what's the average over say the last 30 minutes, and use that as the defining defining spread. We just don't have that. Hmm. Guys, has something gone wrong with? I think something's gone wrong with my charts. Let me just check this again. Okay, I guess that was right. Okay, I thought it just that the KRKR might have been a bit of a lag here or something. So it's a good question, Nash, in our YouTube room. Is it possible to open more than one layout at the same time in Trade Ideas? Yes, but it's always a but. Your layout has to be in a dock if you know how to do that. It has to be a dock layout. So, for instance, I have a layout. You can obviously see, hopefully you see my layout, which is not a dock layout. It's just free floating. Okay. But if I go to click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock to channel bar, every one of these are just, let's go to opening range break. Okay. These are docked layouts. Notice that I can load this layout. I can load this layout and my layout does not disappear. That's because this is a dock layout. So you'd have to know how to build a dock layout. It's in our guide. Most people don't do it, but it is in our guide. I can show you where it is. It's not the easiest thing. Yeah, so I've got a dock. Well, yeah, I mean that's in theory. This is a dock and float combo. Yes, not in theory. This is because that see before, and I think I saw a question. I think I saw a question when Chris was in the room. I really wish we'd get rid of this one, the channel bar. Ugh, we still have it. The dock. There's a channel bar, and then there's a dock channel bar. So in the old days, before we had the dock channel bar, the channel bar is still it is a bunch of channels. Okay, these are all some of the older channels that we used to have. But if I click on that right now, say explosive winners right now, my layout will disappear. My free floating layout will disappear. So that was the problem. People wanted to kind of surf through the channel bar. It was a real impediment in doing so because I mean your layout would disappear, and because I don't mean it would delete it. You could always bring it back from the cloud. All right, but it was just a bit of a pain. So that's why they created the dock to channel bar. Now all these channels you can surf through them while you still have maybe your layout. Your layout could be a dock, but it can be free floating, and then it will not disappear. So that was really the why this dock channel bar was created, and the ability to dock a channel or to dock a layout, your layout if you want. I would say that the absolute vast majority of our customers do not dock. But if you want to know how to dock, but it's tricky. So if you click on my homepage link, then you scroll down a bit, go to the education section, and then up here is the user guide, and there's a whole section on docking. Docking. Okay. So I could take all these, anything trade related, traded is related. It could be charts, it could be, well, anything that's trade ideas related, I can put into a doc. Problem is, Nash, I would agree if I thought docking was easy to do. People can get into real, not trouble, but it can be really confusing on how to dock. You've got to know what you're doing. It's like I might as well do it right now. I'll just show you what I mean. If I went new dock window, now what's going to happen is the dock is going to show up on my other monitor, and I'm going to put in at least it used to anyway. So dock window, okay. It's going to show up my other monitor. I'm going to give it a name. Yeah, it did show up on my other monitor. Unfortunately, I cannot move it over until I give it a name. So I called it test. Okay. So here it is. So this is what you do. So if I wanted to say, okay, biggest gainers from the start of the race, right click, duplicate into test. So far, I mean, this is not hard. This is not hard. Okay. So well, maybe not a great example. Yeah. Okay. Um, this chart, this daily chart, right click, duplicate into test. That's why you give it a name, of course. So here's a chart. Here's the race. I'll do one more. My other monitor, the gap continuation or reversal, right click, duplicate into test. So here they all are as tabs, okay? But obviously what most people want to be able to do is see them all at the same time. You don't want to just, I mean, it's okay if you want to just click on the tab, fine. But most people, what they would want to do is to be able to see everything they put into the dock. And so what you have to do is I'll left click on this the biggest scanners from the start of the race. I'll click on the header. You see what happens when I move it, start moving it around. We get this icon showing up, down, left, and right. I'll pick the right. So there it is. Okay, there it is. So far, I mean, this is easy. I want the gap continuation or reversal scan also showing. I left click on it, hold it, and then move it. Start to move it. Again, the icon comes up. Let's do the down arrow this time. So now it's going to be underneath the chart because I said underneath the chart. So here they all are. Okay, here they all are. Why it can get confusing? People might go like this, and then they release. They release it instead of picking one of the, and then all of a sudden it starts floating again. They go, oh, what did I do? What did I do? It's not hard to fix it. You just hit the square. But you see what I mean? It's a little bit tricky. And now you can pick exactly where you want it. Now it's a dock. Move them all around if you want. What I don't have any dock. I may try a dock because it was really slowing down my system. But now with my computer being, shall we say, fixed, what I would do with the docks is I would start every one of the dock windows, and I would call it dock and then something because you can search. If I file, load from cloud, and then I type in dock, okay, in my search box. So here are all the docked windows that I've created before. Created a lot of them. Okay. See what I do with the dock stage starts. Let's see if this really slows me down. Shouldn't. So here are some dock charts that I had, and so they're all independent. Well, they should be anyway. Independent meaning symbol linking is off. And notice I click on KRKR, nothing changes. So here's how you can. So listen, I think it's nice. Don't get me wrong. I like the dot. It sort of neatens everything up, but it was really slowing my system down. William. But then the other little challenge is getting, if you have about 8 windows in your dock and getting them where you want them to be exactly. Size, like it's not the easiest thing to get this size here and this size here, and this size here. It's not the easiest thing. It's a little tricky. True, Dwayne, but I also think that there comes a limit, even if my system is 100%. And also, what I have right now is basically what I want. I know I had the low float, or sorry, the gappers down, but not really using it. The other thing, Nash, in our YouTube room, I do not change my layout over the course of the day. This is the same layout. I do have a pre-market layout that I use, but once that, all I do is I just shut that down and then I load this one at 9:30 Eastern time. So I'm not changing my layout. Well, Nash, I took my computer in on Saturday and had the Geek Squad work it over, thermal pasting it, cleaning it out, and now it's like a new machine. Well, you haven't heard me say, "Oh, sorry, I put myself on mute for, I was talking." That was the biggest problem. Well, other than it was a total annoyance. So Yael asked in our YouTube room, how do you rename and save a doc layout? Okay, I'll bring one up. Boy, this is the old days, guys. Wow, this is an old layout I used to use, I think. Okay, so this was a layout I used to have, and so all you do is you go up, you see where it says Barry Doc layout, right click to the left of it, just right click to the left of it, not in the body of this. Don't do that. Okay, because that's when the problems happen. But right beside where the name is, right click, and you see where it says change title, and you just change the title, and then say okay. Once you do that, it's saved. Well, you should also save it because yeah, you have to save it also. So once you've made the change, to the name change, and then right click and save or share to cloud, and just click on save. So you make the change, the change, and then you save it. So again, do it. See, when you right click here, and that's when people get into trouble. Then all of a sudden it can become free floating. But just right click beside the name of the doc, change title, give it a new name, say okay, and then right click again up here, save or share to cloud, save it. Okay. I never used to be able to have this up and running. I don't even know when I created this. You talk about this is got nothing in it. NACA guys, NAKA. It won a race. This is from our AI guys. I didn't, now the spread is tightened up a little bit, but CMCL, this is from our AI. The nice one. It's an all-time high. CMCL is an all-time high. What can I tell? Because I have that in my single stock window. Position in lifetime range, 103%. So we know it's a lifetime high. Well, there's no chart resistance. Oh, you mean my audio, the audio, Dwayne. You're not talking about this the sound from my computer. You're talking about my the audio. I'm not using the Momo right now, Nesh. I'm just not using it. Okay. I have plenty to look at just in this race. Okay. And here I have plenty to look at. So I'm not using my momentum scan. Now, let's face it, these are momentum plays, really. These are stocks that are moving rapidly. But I decided, I don't need, but I still am sharing it. I mean, people want it, they can still have it from my homepage. But I actually had too many. I had too many things to look at. A week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. So I pared it down. Because arguably the momentum scan though relied on the stock making a new high for the day. Okay, these are momentum. I mean, obviously, a stock is moving 8.7% within a 5-minute period. That certainly has some momentum about it, but it doesn't have to be at the high of the day. Same with these. A stock that has moved 20% since the beginning of this race, KRKR. But it's obviously it's not at the high of the day. So I don't have to rely on like a trigger. Yeah. Oh, maybe you weren't following or you didn't hear me, Yael. Yeah. You just, if you just go up into once you've made the change, okay, go up into the header right beside your new name and right click. It's not going to work. I guess you weren't listening to me. So once you've made the name change, okay, imagine you've made the name change. And so here's your new name. Hopefully you can see what I'm pointing at. And then again, you have to go right beside it. Don't go into the body of any one of these windows. It's right beside the name. Right click on it and then save or share to cloud and then save. So once you've made the name change, you must say, yeah, just do that. Okay. So again, right beside it, right click, save or share to cloud, save. Okay. Did you get that, Yael? I'll do it again if I went too quickly. I'm talking to Yael in our YouTube room. Hey guys, 144. So again, I'll hang around for questions, but I start to consider leaving at around 2. Give me a moment. LVLU guys just got halted on the way up. Not Lululemon. Boy, I bet you Lululemon doesn't like this. LVLU instead of LULU, but it's called Lulu's Fashion Lounge Holdings. What the heck? Well, I don't want you to think you figure it out. We have to make sure you did figure it out, okay? Yeah, I'll do it again. First step, were you able to change the name? Well, you can't close. Okay, if I'm understanding your question, Nash, you're asking, you're in the middle of closing your trade and the stock is halted. Well, you cannot close it when it's halted, but maybe I'm misunderstanding you. You have to wait for it to open. Unless you got in like seconds before it, but then it'll be obvious how many shares you got. So I'm not sure I understand your question. You cannot close your any part of the position when the stock is halted. If you're talking about you're in the middle of closing it and then it gets halted, it'll just won't let you won't let you, it won't let you proceed till you hit that if, unless I'm thinking of interactive brokers. If I hit the submit button just before it gets halted, fine. But if it's halted and I'm in the middle of trying to get out of a trade and I haven't hit the submit button before it gets halted, well, you still have your position. But I don't understand. Still, I don't quite understand. You cannot close any part of your position when the stock is when the stock is halted. You have to wait for it to come out of the halt, of course, and then you do what you're going to do. Well, okay, I see what you're saying, William. So, yeah, sometimes you'll see. Okay, sometimes if you're it all depends, Sometimes you'll hear me say this stock is not this one, but this stock is going to get halted. This stock is going to get halted. I haven't seen the official halt yet, but say a stock that is so active, and all of a sudden you see the spread is only a penny, and almost rest assured it's going to get halted. It hasn't officially, I guess, been halted, but it's going to get halted. And so when if you're trying to get out at that point, yeah, you probably won't be able to get out, even though maybe it has not officially been halted. But if you're able to get out of any part of your position, as you say, a nanosecond before the halt, I mean, it should be reflective in your or reflected in your brokerage account, how many shares you've got. I don't see why that wouldn't happen. Well, in a simulation, I can't speak for that. The simulation in Interactive Brokers. What would be happening? I remember when we first started with Brokerage Plus and the simulator, you could actually buy a stock when it was halted, and we had to fix that, even though it was just a simulator. It was mainly because when we used to run these contests all the time, somebody could go in and say, "I'm buying this stock. It's halted," and they're looking at the potential open of the stock, and they go, "All right, I'm going to buy like 10,000 shares or something," even though it was halted. But that was in our simulator. Yeah, that got fixed, fairly quickly afterwards. I've never bought a stock before the halt, ever. I have been in stocks when they've been halted, but I have not bought a stock in anticipating it's gonna get halted, no. Even if it's the first halt, which I always think, can be pretty good in that it'll open higher than the halt price, but no, I don't do that. Oh, good. Okay, glad, Yale. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. You too, Nesh, from our YouTube room. Okay, guys, it's 1:57. So again, I'll hang around if there are questions. If there are no questions, I'm going to be taking off pretty soon. So if you've stored up some questions, please ask them now. Otherwise, I will be taking off very soon. What entry would I take on the QS? Well, I had that one earlier, but um, didn't move as, I mean, it moved okay, but right now there's nothing in it for me. Okay. I mean, there's the VWAP up here. I mean, that's far enough, that's far away, but I don't see any, it's sort of basing here on the 15-minute chart, I suppose, but I don't see any entry point for me on QS right here. For me personally, I'm not seeing anything. The maybe if that orange turned blue, so the trend theory is starting to change, but right now that's still orange. So that's, in theory, that's still a weak trend. And it's still up 20%, but it's a big float, I mean, it's a big, big float, 400 million. I mean, it's a nice move and it had, looked like a really good press release. I want to go back a few months because I'm sure even further. Yeah, I want to say that This month here, July of 2023, this is when they came out and said, we've got to, we're working with Volkswagen to try to create a battery that has get like, I want to say 50,000 miles per charge. Now, obviously, it's not commercially ready, but I think that was all the excitement about this back here. Let me see if it was even a bigger pop. Might have been even here. 20, I don't know. I don't know if I have to go that far back. I don't think that was it. So they basically come up with a very similar announcement today regarding, yeah, but look what happened afterwards, for a swing trade. Look what happened afterwards. I mean, nothing, not much. I mean, you had some pops and all that, but I mean, the trend was down after that. But don't let me dissuade you. ABTC, I don't know that one at all. ABTC. Again, I'm not a big swing trader, remember. Oh, well, this is what? This is, yeah, well, really? Like a swing trade? I mean, this is an IPO, got up to $15. I know it's trying to come back, but, there's just American Bitcoin, okay. Well, you know what? I mean, I guess if you put your stop at the low here, so that would mean if you took it right now, you're looking at about $1.75 stop. So that means you would hope that it's going to move, at least you have a reasonable expectation of it moving to 350 for you, double your stop. Well, obviously, if it got anywhere close to here, but there's not a lot of history. Great name though, American Bitcoin. Oh, excellent. EIL. Okay, great. Hey guys, it's 2:02. So unless there are any questions, I'm going to head out. I don't have to. If there are questions, I will stick around. But assuming there are no questions, I'll just start to wrap this up. So again, thanks for all the help all day long. YouTubers, I'm going to have to shut you guys down. But if you want to come into the main room is still going to be open till from 3:30, minimum of 3:30, we'll call it, okay, and maybe to 3:45. William will keep the room open. There's no screen sharing. Nobody's on the mic, but there's still people in the room posting. And the main room will open at let's say 7:30 tomorrow morning. Chris Varley will do it. Chris, who took over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. He will open the room around 7:30 Eastern time. I'll get on the mic at about 9. YouTube, I'll try to open sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. And again, I'll be on the mic at 9, both rooms. Okay, guys, I do not see any other questions, so I think I will head out. So see you tomorrow. So I'm going to stop this, muting myself in the main room, and then stopping the screen sharing. Now, for the YouTubers, I have to end the stream now.